Chapter 10:10. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows, a bit of surprise on his face. At this time, between the heavens and earth, an invisible strength was slowly fusing into his body like a spring rain. After his soul and body absorbed this strength, they began to rapidly rise. This was a gift from the world itself? Qin Yu never imagined that after killing an abyssal life form, he would obtain such a harvest. What was the reason? The reason is that you killed an abyssal life form. The stone pagoda's thoughts suddenly fluctuated. This was the first time it had spoken of its own initiative since it was forced to acknowledge Qin Yu as its master. However, these words were indeed lacking in skill. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. What was the difference between this and not saying anything? However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that this stone pagoda fellow seemed to know something. With a light cough, Qin Yu said, "Be more specific." The stone pagoda didn't reveal a shocked expression because of Qin Yu's attitude. After a brief silence, it slowly said, "With your cultivation level, you don't have the qualifications to come into contact with these things. But since you have become my master, you will have to face them sooner or later. The abyss is the greatest terror of this world. Or, to be more precise, it is a terrifying existence that humanity and even the entire world of flesh and blood have yet to clearly explore. But, without a doubt, it possesses the ability to destroy the entire world." Without waiting for Qin Yu to urge it, it continued to say, "Many, many years ago, so long ago that even I don't know the exact date, a channel suddenly appeared and countless terrifying life forms gushed out from it. They controlled some sort of demonic energy and naturally possessed the ability to restrain flesh and blood life. That was a calamity that was submerged in time. Trillions of lives were annihilated in that slaughter. You might not dare to believe it, but the world you see now is one that was born after that calamity. As for the world before, it wasn't like this at all. Of course, I cannot tell you too much right now. Otherwise, karma will be involved and that will only be harmful to you. In short, what that channel connected to was the endless abyss, and those that rushed into the world and caused a monstrous calamity, even nearly destroying the entire world of flesh and blood life, were abyssal life forms. They are born to be the natural enemies of all flesh and blood life forms. You should have already experienced this. When facing abyssal life forms, any flesh and blood life form will instinctively want to kill and completely destroy them. This isn't just because of the natural opposition between the two existences, but because this is the world itself, an instinct that is branded into the souls of all life forms. Because what the abyss wants to destroy is not only the entire flesh and blood race, but also the world itself. Perhaps this is a bit general, but the basic concept is correct and it will allow you to better understand. So, when you kill an abyssal life form, you will obtain a gift from the heavens and the earth. This is the reward that you deserve. Of yours. As the stone pagoda spoke these words, there was a slight fluctuation in its heart. This was because it was well aware of just how terrifying abyssal creatures were. With Qin Yu's cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. But of Qin Yu had and Qin. And you had SS. And he Qin and he and. Of it. And of and had it and had and had. It was, and. Although it didn't want to bear the burden, the responsibility was there. Since it had survived, it wanted to avenge its old friends. All abyssal creatures deserved to die. Qin Yu could sense that beneath the stone pagoda's calm narration, there were hidden fluctuations of emotions that were suppressed to the extreme. Although everything it said sounded inconceivable and a bit absurd, his intuition told him that these matters he hadn't yet touched upon had truly occurred in the incomparably long past. The abyss, just what exactly was it? It was actually so terrifying that it almost destroyed an entire race of flesh and blood creatures? It had to be known that the so-called flesh and blood beings encompassed nearly all existences that Qin Yu had come into contact with. For example, he had met the master of the peach blossom spring once. She was so strong that Shuizheng, a warrior at the original god realm, had to kneel and lick him. Such an existence was still so weak in the face of the abyss? If that was the case, how did the world survive? As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, he seemed to have realized something. The stone pagoda's thoughts fluctuated, and it bitterly smiled. No one knows what the abyss is. Even in the ancient texts of the past, there are only some vague and ambiguous records. But right now, what you should be paying attention to isn't the origin of the abyss, but this myriad soul Tao that is connected to the abyss. This channel is suppressed and sealed. Why would a pure-blooded abyssal creature appear here? The stone pagoda paused for a moment, its tone becoming increasingly heavy. Perhaps what my master said in the past was right. The existence of the myriad soul Tao itself has a great problem. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. The reason he appeared here wasn't for the so-called inheritance of the myriad soul Tao. What he wanted to find was the secrets of the myriad soul Tao. Now, it seemed he could obtain some information from the stone pagoda. What do you know? The stone pagoda said. My master only raised his suspicions. He didn't say much about the myriad soul Tao. After all, the person who founded this place was an existence that stood at the peak of the world. Without concrete evidence, he couldn't casually question him. Moreover, he established the myriad soul Tao with good intentions. He hoped that the lineage of flesh and blood beings could open a path to the transcendent great Tao and thoroughly resolve the threat of the abyss. But now, it seems that there really is a problem with the myriad soul Tao. What we need to do now is to find the source of this problem. Qin Yu, this process might be dangerous, but as a member of the human race, since you encountered this matter, you absolutely cannot withdraw. This is a mission that you should shoulder, even if you die in the end. Qin Yu. He never imagined that the stone pagoda would say such righteous words. He felt that this scene was far too strange. Moreover, something didn't seem right. Why was he the only one mentioned from start to finish? I would rather die than find out the reason. What about you? After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu asked this question. The stone pagoda sighed. There are fewer and fewer people who know about what happened in the past. I have to live on and let future generations know what sort of terrifying threat our world is facing. So, no matter what, I must live on. No matter how painful and torturous it is, I must persist until the end of time. Even if I have to endure endless loneliness, so what? Besides the stone pagoda, Qin Yu couldn't think of anyone else who would be so thick-skinned. However, Qin Yu had no intention of exposing it. In any case, his goal was to find the true secrets of the myriad soul Tao to begin with and find a way to unravel it. No matter how dangerous the process was, this wouldn't change. If so, then what was the point of wasting his breath on it? As for truly encountering danger, they were all in the same boat. If he encountered trouble, did the stone pagoda think it could stay out of it? Don't be too naive. At this time, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Through their contract, he could feel the fluctuations transmitted over. He had obtained the second round platform. Now, he only lacked the last round platform to complete the contents of the contract. Once East Zhou Jolly obtained an inheritance spot, they would be able to move freely. This was the content of a follower's contract that he had to fulfill. Even though the East Zhou family had modified the contract to the most lenient degree, it was impossible to change this. However, just as East Zhou Jolly and the others left, he was immediately ambushed. Moreover, there was a terrifyingly strong abyssal life form hidden within. Was this really just a coincidence? Or, was there some other secret behind this? Qin Yu looked up in the direction that East Zhou Jolly and the others left in. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After the current myriad soul Tao was completely opened, it could be said that it was no different from a true world. This was because in his perception, the mountains and rivers in front of him were all real existences. After leaving East Zhoujali to guard the second round platform, Shang Lingyue's group of 4 were hurrying along, searching for traces of the third round platform. But their luck wasn't too good. They spent a great deal of time in this direction but still didn't find anything. Qin Yu and East Zhoujali each guarded a round platform. Although they knew that these two had their own methods, it was still somewhat risky. The longer they waited, the more likely there would be problems. They were only 1 round platform away from completing the contract, so no one was willing to cause any problems. As they moved forwards, Shang Lingyue suddenly said, "Everyone, how about we split up and search in 2 different directions? Once we find a round platform, we can send a message through the contract." He looked at Immortal Beauty. "Fairy Maiden, are you willing to come with me?" Immortal Beauty covered her mouth and smiled. "Of course, I would be more than happy to." Xia Chun and Taoist Nun Taiping both frowned. They swept their eyes over the two and nodded after a moment of hesitation. "That's fine too." They thought that although these two were exchanging flirtatious glances with each other, given the current situation, they shouldn't be unable to control themselves and something would happen. If they split up, their speed would be halved. Whoosh whoosh, the 4 people split up, howling in 2 different directions. Immortal Beauty glanced at Shang Lingyue. Suddenly, she felt a bit sour on her face. She couldn't help but squeeze her thighs together. She smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, Shang's injuries have really healed. If there is a need, I can lend you a hand." Shang Lingyue looked into her eyes. "I won't hide it from Fairy Maiden, but I am indeed feeling a bit unwell. How about we temporarily stop searching and help me diagnose and treat my injuries?" Immortal Beauty was startled. She was just trying to find an opportunity to tease him a bit, but she never imagined that Shang Lingyue would take advantage of the situation. Looking at his eyes, there seemed to be something wrong. Did he really want something to happen between them right now? Of course she didn't mind. Even if they did it 100 more times, it wouldn't be a problem. But the key problem was that the current situation wasn't suitable. But it seemed that Shang Lingyue was in a hurry. Without giving her time to hesitate, he turned and flew towards the ground. Immortal Beauty bit her lips. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" She twisted her waist and followed after him. Shang Lingyue flicked his sleeves, and an invisible strength shot into the mountain, directly opening up a simple cave. He smiled at Immortal Beauty and walked in. Now she could confirm that this boy was really impatient. She secretly despised him. The so-called disciples of the Peach Blossom Spring were only SOSO. At the same time, she was also proud of her own charm. She was indeed very popular. Her face blushed red and her eyes shined with a seductive light. She walked into the cave, thinking that she would definitely urge this boy to hurry up. After all, now wasn't the time to enjoy himself. But although she thought this, she felt the sourness in her body deepen. She couldn't help but clamp her thighs together even tighter, feeling hot and humid. "Fellow Taoist Shang, where do you feel uncomfortable? Let me help you." Before she finished speaking, she was pulled into his arms. Feeling the scent of a man rushing towards her, Immortal Beauty's eyes nearly overflowed with seduction. This boy was really impatient. She closed her eyes, waiting to enjoy the pleasure. But she didn't notice that in the darkness, Shang Lingyue's hands were groping her body. His eyes were cold, filled with indifference. "You're hurting me." "Shang Lingyue, what are you doing? Ah, you're crazy. Hurry and let go of me." "Save me, who are you? What are you? Save me!" Screams of panic and despair came from the cave. Black fog roiled and churned, concealing the 2 figures that were stacked together. But now, she couldn't feel any ambiguous or lingering feelings at all. All she felt was an icy cold fear that pierced straight into her heart. Roar, a suppressed roar came from the cave. The tumbling black fog howled back into Shang Lingyue's body. In his arms was a withered corpse that seemed to have been buried underground for countless years. It emitted a thick aura of decay. He let go and allowed the corpse to fall to the ground. He didn't even look at this beautiful woman who was still alive not too long ago. He closed his eyes, an intoxicated expression on his face. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. But now wasn't the time for him to be immersed in it. Taking a deep breath, Shang Lingyue half-knelt on the ground. He lifted a hand and pierced his forehead, allowing blood to flow out. What was strange was that the blood that flowed out didn't casually drip down. Rather, it spread across his face, drawing the outline of a blooming flower. Incomparably respected Lord, your humble servant is willing to become your vessel. I beg for your noble will to descend upon me. As he whispered to himself, there was a deep explosive sound that came from within Shang Lingyue's body. His face twisted and he revealed a pained expression. On his twisted face, the flower drawn by blood had now bloomed, releasing an incomparably demonic aura. Ah! As he cried out in pain, Shang Lingyue's pupils rapidly dilated. Finally, darkness invaded his eyes. After a moment, his trembling body slowly stopped. He straightened his body and the darkness in his eyes faded away, returning to normal. However, his pupils had become exceptionally dark, as if they were connected to a terrifying bottomless abyss. Sweeping his eyes over the corpse on the ground, Shang Lingyue's figure flickered and he left the cave. He looked up. His gaze seemed to cross through the barriers of space and fall on some existence in the distance. Indifferent and icy cold eyes gradually revealed respect. He lowered his head and knelt to the ground, respectfully saying, "My lord, I've come." Chapter 10:11. Shang Lingyue knelt on the ground. After a long time, he stood up. His deep and dark eyes revealed a thoughtful look. After searching through his memories, he already knew who it was that killed the person with the abyssal bloodline. But Wu Gang wasn't some nameless nobody. If Qin Yu could kill him, then he must have some cards in his hand. Of course, cards were cards and he didn't fear them. He also had absolute confidence he could kill this human cultivator. But if he were to be injured during this process, he feared it would affect what he planned to do next. He couldn't lose the greater good for the greater good. Since he knew Qin Yu's identity, there was no way he could escape. It was just a matter of time. With this thought in mind, Shang Lingyue stepped forwards and howled away. An hour later, through the signed follower contract, a fluctuation of information spread out. On the round platform, East Zhou Jieli opened her eyes, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. The third round platform was in her hands. Without hesitation, she stood up and galvanized the marks within her that belonged to the myriad soul Tao. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. He looked down at the round platform beneath him that suddenly began to tremble. In the next moment, he and the round platform beneath him vanished from sight. Everything in front of him fell into darkness and a deathly silence filled his ears. There was no sound at all, as if he were isolated from the world. Luckily, this process only lasted for a short period of time. After 4 breaths of time, light bloomed in front of Qin Yu. Squinting his eyes, he saw Dongzhou Jieli, who was smiling from ear to ear. Her slightly flushed face was filled with surprise. Schwa, space twisted around him, and 3 more figures appeared. When one of the 3 was chosen and East Zhou Jieli obtained an inheritance spot through the signed contract, they would automatically gather together. At this time, Qin Yu stiffened. His heart fiercely shrank and fear gushed out like a tide. This feeling was an abyssal life form. Compared to the abyssal life form he killed before, the strength of the 2 sides was on a completely different level. Qin Yu took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm. He calmly looked over. Their gazes met in midair. Shang Lingyue smiled and nodded, his face warm and genial. His pure appearance hadn't changed at all. It was him. Qin Yu nodded in return. But his heart sank deep into his chest. Before this, he had suspected that there was another reason for the sudden attack of the abyssal life form. But he never imagined that Shang Lingyue's body had already been occupied by an abyssal life form. He was the victim? Or perhaps this matter itself was inextricably linked to him. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. Then, he bitterly smiled. In this situation, there was no meaning in thinking about these things. What he should be thinking about was how to survive. The abyssal creature that occupied Shang Lingyue's body hadn't revealed its fierce claws yet, but its terrifying might was beyond doubt. Qin Yu's sense told him that if the two sides truly fought, he had no chance of winning. But now, Shang Lingyu didn't make a move? With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to exterminate the people present today. Moreover, he had personally killed an abyssal creature not too long ago, so there was definitely a blood feud between them. Although he didn't understand why Shang Lingyue would patiently endure, he knew that this was his only chance to survive this danger. Regardless of the reason, since you want to pretend to be harmless, I'll pretend to be confused as well. As long as you don't turn hostile and start a fight, it's fine. Where is fellow Taoist Wan Ruoxian? Eastern Zhou Jolly frowned. Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping's complexions changed. In order to increase our efficiency, we split into two teams to search for the other round platforms. Fellow Taoist Shang and Wan Ruoxian were together. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shang Lingyue revealed a bitter and guilty expression. Not long after we parted ways with the two fellow Taoists, I and Fairy Wan found a round platform. Unexpectedly, before we could inform the two of you, we were discovered by the other party. In the battle, Fairy Wan fell into the other side's trap and eventually died. But she also dragged two of them down with her. Because of this, I was able to kill the last enemy and obtain the third round platform. So that's how it is. Eastern Zhou Jolly revealed a moved expression. She didn't doubt Shang Lingyue's explanation. After a moment of silence, she said, "Fellow Taoist Wan Ruoxian died because of the myriad soul Tao. The Eastern Zhou family will surely provide generous compensation to her family and friends." Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping slowly nodded. Although they didn't think much of Wan Ruoxian, they still felt a little sad for her. After all, in the myriad soul Tao, in a strict sense, both sides were seeking lucky chances and were people of the same race. They didn't doubt Shang Lingyue's words. One of the reasons was that both sides were equal in strength, but another reason was that Shang Lingyue had obtained the third round platform. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for too many things to have happened. Of course, the most important reason was that the contract between the three round platforms had been completed and Wan Ruoxian had died. In this sort of situation, there was no need for them to open their eyes and investigate further. Qin Yu nodded along with everyone. A heavy expression appeared on his face. He glanced at Shang Lingyue from the corner of his eyes. If this matter had nothing to do with him, he would kill himself with a piece of tofu. However, Wan Ruoxian was nothing more than a passerby. Moreover, it was likely that she even had thoughts of seducing him so that she could pluck him. If such a woman died, then so be it. Moreover, if it weren't for her taking the initiative to approach him, she wouldn't have ended up in such a state so quickly. This was what they meant by bringing disaster upon oneself. East Zhou Jelly's eyes paused on Qin Yu for a moment. She said in a low voice, "For friends, I have obtained an inheritance spot and will soon enter the land of inheritance. From this moment on, our contract ends. Here, I wish you all a smooth journey and that you will all have a good harvest." After she finished speaking, her thoughts stirred and the binding strength of the contract between the two sides immediately vanished. Qin Yu's heart twitched. He thought, why did you move so quickly? What if Shang Lingyue didn't do anything because he was worried about the contract? If you did something like this, you might be the one to die. Although Qin Yu remained calm on the surface, he had already prepared himself to flee at any moment. But soon, he discovered that he was overthinking things. Shang Lingyue was the first to cup his hands together. Everyone, I bid my farewells here. I hope that we will meet again in the future. He turned and left, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Xia Chun and Taoist Nun Taiping both revealed looks of joy. East Zhou Jelly, the two of us will also bid our farewells. Whoosh, whoosh, the two of them flew off in another direction. It was as if they had reached some sort of agreement while searching for the round platform. Only Qin Yu and East Zhou Jelly were left behind. After confirming that Shang Lingyue had truly left and wasn't hiding in the shadows to ambush them, Qin Yu slowly let out a breath, a trace of doubt in his eyes. An incomparably powerful abyssal creature had actually given up a chance to take revenge for its own kind. Moreover, according to the information he obtained, flesh and blood beings were extremely delicious food to abyssal creatures. In other words, Qin Yu, East Zhou Jelly, and the others standing in front of Shang Lingyue were plates of delicious food. He was actually able to endure it. There was definitely some inside story behind this. Before Qin Yu could think any further, East Zhou Jelly hesitated for a moment. She said, "Qin Yu, what do you plan on doing next?" Qin Yu glanced at her and cupped his hands together. "I have some private matters to deal with. I wish, East Zhou Jelly, that you will have a great harvest in the land of inheritance. Farewell." He turned and left, without the slightest hesitation. There wasn't even the slightest bit of reluctance in his heart. Okay? East Zhou Jelly inwardly mocked herself. She really had overthought things. It was likely that from the very start, Qin Yu had chosen to follow her because of his own personal reasons. There were no other factors at all in his decision. How laughable! She had actually been influenced by the outside world and let her imagination run wild. East Zhou Jelly laughed at herself and restrained her thoughts, anticipation shining deep in her eyes. She had already obtained a spot for the inheritance. This was the most important matter right now. Compared to this, the so-called feelings of love weren't anything at all. With a thought, she galvanized the completed inheritance mark within her body. Then, East Zhou Jelly vanished from sight. Qin Yu raced forwards, increasing his speed to the maximum. After 2 hours, he carefully sensed his surroundings and didn't find anything wrong. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. No matter why Shang Lingyue hadn't attacked, this was clearly a good thing for Qin Yu. Otherwise, he might have already been chewed up and swallowed into his stomach. This wasn't because he didn't have confidence in his own strength. Rather, the stronger he was, the more he could clearly sense the disparity between them. Just because he hadn't done anything before didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. The arrival of such a terrifyingly strong abyssal life form from the myriad soul Tao was like a sword hanging over his head, one that could cut down at any moment. Thinking of this, he subconsciously frowned. Cough. Qin Yu, I've thought about it. As the saying goes, where there's life there's hope. As long as you leave this place and spread the news of an abyssal life form arriving in the myriad soul Tao, it will naturally draw attention and they will investigate this matter. The stone pagoda's consciousness fluctuated. So, leaving now might not be a bad choice. Ha! Where was all the righteousness from before? Now that he sensed danger, he wanted to shrink his neck back. He really wasn't afraid of losing face. Towards the stone pagoda's thick skin, Qin Yu only wanted to say a single word. But entering the myriad soul Tao this time was his only chance to find a way to rescue Ning Ling. He absolutely could not miss this chance. As for that abyssal life form, he would take it one step at a time. Until things reached the end, who could come to a conclusion? Perhaps there would be another favorable turn. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He looked up, determined his direction, and then howled away. Hey, you need to think this through. If you continue forward, there is a chance that problems will occur. Qin Yu, how about you cancel our previous contract first? That way, I might be able to take revenge for you in the future. Speak. Don't pretend to be mute, I know you can hear me. Big brother, Can I call you Big Brother? This abyssal life form is extremely terrifying, and you are absolutely not its mat. If you go up there, you will only be seeking death. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He thought that he had underestimated the thickness of this stone pagoda's skin. With a thought, he severed his connection with the stone pagoda, completely blocking out the pagoda's sorrowful cries. Half a day later, after avoiding several groups of cultivators, Qin Yu saw 3 towering mountains that towered into the heavens. He had finally arrived. After completing the contract, if one wished to enter the land of inheritance and obtain the lucky chances of the myriad soul Dao, there were 3 paths to choose from. The first was to be like East Zhoujali. If one seized 3 round platforms, they would naturally obtain approval and be able to directly enter the land of inheritance. The second path was the 3 great mountains in front of him. Each mountain represented a formidable test. Cultivators that crossed the 3 great mountains could also obtain the qualifications to enter the land of inheritance. As for the third path, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He came to a sudden stop, his eyes tightly staring at the 3 great mountains. Astonishing fluctuations of aura were spreading out from within the 3 mountains. They were like invisible pillars of light that smashed into the skies above. In the blink of an eye, a vortex was opened up. As it spun, it emitted loud rumbling sounds, its momentum astonishing to the extreme. But what was even more astonishing was that a flight of stairs stretched out from this vortex. It was pure white, as if it were made from pure jade, and it fell all the way to the top of the 3 mountains. A figure fluttered up and landed on the stairs. From afar, one could hear cries of alarm coming from the mouths of everyone. Qin Yu looked up with rapt attention. As this figure became clearer, his complexion changed. It was him. Now, the one who landed on the stairs was Shang Lingyue. The third path was to release one's own aura. If one could obtain the approval of the myriad soul Dao, then the stone steps would descend and one could directly enter the myriad soul Dao, just like what Shang Lingyue was doing right now. He had actually obtained the approval of the myriad soul Dao. As Qin Yu's heart shook, there was even more incredulity and a strange feeling in his heart. It had to be known that the goal of establishing the myriad soul Dao was to help humanity find a way to break through the limits of cultivation and thus end the threat of the abyss. But now, a powerful abyssal life form had actually obtained the approval of the myriad soul Dao and was sent into the land of inheritance in front of everyone's eyes. To put it bluntly, this was simply ridiculous. It seemed that what the stone pagoda said was true. There was a problem with the myriad soul Dao itself. This likely increased the risks that Qin Yu would have to bear if he continued to stay here. Qin Yu, you've finally taken this matter seriously. Let me tell you, you cannot stay in the myriad soul Dao any longer. You must immediately leave. Before the stone pagoda could finish speaking, Qin Yu cut off the connection between them once more. Shang Lingyue, who was stepping onto the jade stairs and walking towards the vortex, seemed to sense something and turned around to look at Qin Yu. Shang Lingyue was startled, as if he hadn't expected that they would meet again so soon. He paused for a moment and then revealed a faint smile. Qin Yu thought about what kind of reaction he should have right now. Soon, a gentle smile appeared on his face. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, as if they were reunited friends. But in truth, deep in their hearts, they wished that the other party could die right now. Of course, Qin Yu's desire was much stronger. Shang Lingyue only thought about it for a moment before giving up. In his opinion, personally killing his prey was the best result. Without a doubt, Qin Yu had already become one of the prey that he had to kill. Daring to kill a noble abyssal life form was a great crime that could not be forgiven no matter what. He turned around and walked away. Shang Lingyue's figure finally disappeared into the vortex. The stairway to the heavens also disappeared along with it. But unexpectedly, when Shang Lingyue stepped into the land of inheritance, the vortex in the sky didn't disappear. It continued to spin as if it had sensed a brewing will. At the location of the 3 mountains, The many followers gathered here all widened their eyes. After a moment of shock, their eyes brightened. Could it be that someone had obtained the recognition of the myriad soul path? After passing the test of the 3 mountains, one could enter the land of inheritance. This path was placed in front of them, but there were very few people that had the qualifications to pass it. If one could directly enter the land of inheritance, that would be an irresistible temptation for anyone. Qin Yu's expression suddenly became strange, because at this moment, he felt a will descend. There was no need for any explanation. He naturally understood that the vortex in the sky was waiting for him. As long as it was willing, the same jade stairway that took Shang Lingyue would descend from the vortex and send him into the land of inheritance. If he hadn't witnessed Shang Lingyue entering the vortex, Qin Yu would have accepted the call of this will without hesitation. After all, if he could step into the land of inheritance without any effort, that would naturally be the best. But with Shang Lingyue in front of him, forget it. He would rather spend more effort and pass the test of the 3 mountains. Otherwise, if he entered right after Shang Lingyue, who knew what would happen? It was best not to do anything that would bring about death. Qin Yu rejected the call of this will. It clearly paused for a moment, as if it had never encountered something like this before. But it soon retreated. Above the 3 mountains, the spinning vortex quickly disappeared. Everyone who had been looking up in anticipation was secretly disappointed. It seemed that it was just that the speed at which the vortex dissipated was a bit slower. It wasn't that someone had obtained the recognition. Of course, they didn't expect that someone would obtain the recognition but ultimately reject the call of the vortex. And this person had already quietly arrived before the test of the 3 mountains. That's right, the test of the 3 mountains was the name given to the 3 mountains. Over the countless years, almost all followers that attempted to enter the land of inheritance had come here. They were either filled with confidence or filled with awe. But no matter what they thought, those that successfully passed the test of the 3 mountains and entered the land of inheritance were extremely rare. Stop looking. Those that can directly obtain the recognition of the myriad soul path and enter the land of inheritance are absolute geniuses. They aren't people we can compare to. That person seems to be Shang Lingyue, a master from the Peach Blossom Spring. He is truly worthy of being a disciple of a holy land. He is truly fierce. Forget it. No matter how fierce others are, that's their problem. We should hurry up and think of a way to pass the test of the 3 mountains. Passing the test of the 3 mountains sounds easy, but how many people can actually do it? Filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, the crowd retracted their envious gazes and turned their attention back to the 3 mountains in front of them. The 3 mountains were arranged in a zigzag shape. They towered into the clouds and were covered with lush vegetation. Just looking at them, one could faintly feel an invisible pressure. Qin Yu looked up several times and then looked away. After thinking for a moment, he passed through the sighing crowd and walked towards the first mountain. Another one that doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Humph, if he doesn't stay outside and adapt to the aura of the first mountain, he will at least be severely wounded. This fellow will soon escape in a sorry state. Chapter 10-12. What the East Zhou family valued so highly and what had changed East Zhou Jolly's fate was only a single spot to enter the myriad soul path. In order to obtain the inheritance, one needed to carefully select followers and pass through the myriad soul paths test before finally entering the land of inheritance. As for the 3 mountains trial, as long as one passed it, one would also be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the inheritance ground. Through a simple comparison, one could naturally tell just how high the difficulty of this trial was, and how high it would cause one to feel despair. The test of the first mountain had already begun the moment Qin Yu took his first step. To be more precise, this should be an invisible and intangible aura. It was incomparably strange and possessed an incomparably potent penetrating power. It could tear apart all defenses and finally invade a cultivator's body, causing them to lose control of their strength and causing a terrifying backlash. Qin Yu soon understood why he had heard those cultivators sneering and mocking him when he stepped onto the first mountain. As expected, the test of the 3 mountains wasn't easy to pass. Those people had stayed outside the first mountain, not daring to enter. They must have hoped that their strength could adapt to this strange aura as soon as possible. But at this time, before Qin Yu could mobilize his strength to resist the penetrating aura from the outside, within his soul space, the rising purple moon and blue sun began to tremble. The sun and moon force fields began to shake along with them. It was like a bubble wrapping around him. Although it seemed incomparably fragile, it actually possessed an unbelievable defensive power. The strange aura that flooded the entire range of the first mountain couldn't be broken through at all. It was completely isolated outside. This Qin Yu moved around a little. As expected, he couldn't feel the invasion of this aura any longer. His complexion became strange. This should be considered cheating. After waiting for a while and seeing no movement, Qin Yu felt a little more at ease. It seemed that his method of cheating with his strength was allowed. If so, then everything was simple. At the very least, the first mountain beneath his feet couldn't affect him in the least. Qin Yu revealed a faint smile. He gathered his thoughts and followed the stone path beneath his feet, continuing upwards. Because he wasn't affected by the aura of the outside world, his speed was fast. He soon caught up to the cultivators who had entered the first mountain a step earlier. There was the sound of footsteps. Under a large tree on the side of the road, a cultivator who was cultivating with his eyes closed suddenly frowned. Then, he opened his eyes. Someone else had caught up, and from the sound of his footsteps, it seemed to be very calm. This person should be a master. However, to his surprise, an unfamiliar face appeared in front of him. There seemed to be no information about this person in his memory. However, it didn't take long for the cultivator to stop paying attention to the man's appearance. Subconsciously, his eyes widened until they looked as if they were about to pop out of their socket. Strolling leisurely in the courtyard, calm and unruffled, composed, a bunch of words popped up almost at the same time, making it difficult for him to breathe, as if his neck was being choked. That's right, this was Qin Yu's current posture. His steps were neither too fast nor too slow, as if he were walking down a tree-lined path. No, it wasn't as if he were, but as if he were walking down a tree-lined path. However, the most important thing was that this tree-lined path was none other than the first mountain of the myriad soul path's 3 mountains. Every time the 10,000 soul path was opened, thousands upon thousands of followers would arrive before the 3 mountains, but only a few would be able to clear the first mountain. Even he, who was publicly recognized as a master of the younger generation, was filled with confidence before he entered. But after arriving here, his chances of smoothly passing the first mountain had become infinitesimally small. Just as his faith was shaken and he was silently healing his wounds, he saw Qin Yu walking down the first mountain in such a manner. The impact on his heart could be imagined. Qin Yu could feel the gaze of the road examiner. He nodded to him and continued walking, soon vanishing from sight. He left just like this. He was still calm, still calm. Ah, my heart, it hurts so much. We are all men here, so why are you so outstanding? As he walked forwards, Qin Yu received far too many shocks. All the climbers he surpassed looked at him, as if they were witnessing a legend. But in the current situation, it wasn't the time to keep a low profile. Shang Lingyue had already entered the land of inheritance a step ahead of him. Although Qin Yu didn't want to enter with him, he couldn't fall too far behind. After all, the reason he didn't make a move right now was likely because he couldn't wait to enter the land of inheritance. If he entered earlier, it would be best if he could find out the secrets of the myriad soul Tao before Shang Lingyue finished his own matters and grasped the method to unravel them. The closer he went to the summit, the stronger the invisible penetrating aura became. Qin Yu could clearly feel the sun-moon force field emitting deep rumbling sounds when it was impacted, similar to the undulating waves of the ocean. Compared to when he first stepped onto the first mountain, its intensity had increased by more than 10 times. It was because of this that the closer he got to the summit, the more cultivators he encountered began to decrease at an astonishing rate. When he crossed halfway up the mountain and continued towards the summit, Qin Yu didn't encounter another cultivator. Just as Qin Yu thought he had reached the front, a figure finally appeared in front of him. At first glance, he subconsciously frowned, a look of surprise on his face. Before Qin Yu could take a closer look, this figure seemed to sense something and turned around. What a beautiful pair of eyes! The woman in front of him had a thin figure and her facial features weren't considered exquisite. But when she added on those dark and spirited eyes, she seemed to come alive. A look of undisguised surprise flashed in her eyes, as if she were surprised that someone had managed to catch up to her progress. Thinking for a moment, she said, "This fellow Taoist that seems quite fierce, I would like to make a deal with you. I wonder if you would be willing?" The voice was very ordinary. It was the simple voice of a woman, but it had a warm texture to it that made one instinctively feel a sense of closeness. But why did she call him a fellow Taoist that seemed fierce? It sounded strange no matter how he thought about it. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to think about these things. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. After experiencing many things, he naturally knew that in this world, there was no such thing as a good impression without reason. In particular, after his cultivation had reached his current boundary and he had experienced all sorts of tempering, his heart had long since become incomparably powerful. It wouldn't be so easily touched. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Although this woman seemed harmless and he didn't feel any malice from her, caution was a quality that any cultivator should abide by no matter where or when. Sensing the firmness and coldness in Qin Yu's words, the woman standing high above was startled. She immediately reacted and coughed several times. "This voice of mine is something I was born with. Teacher said that I had to cultivate it to a certain boundary before I could freely release it. I'm not trying to trick you." She seemed a bit anxious. Her face flushed red and she waved her hand. Anxiety appeared in her pitch-black eyes. It was clear that the deal that Qin Yu had rejected was extremely important to her. This was a woman that didn't know how to hide her emotions. Although there were peerless and exquisite acting skills in this world, one could still clearly feel the fluctuations of emotions from the inside out. She really didn't seem to have any malice towards him. But Qin Yu wasn't lying. He was indeed in a hurry for time, and the reason was mentioned just now. So, he only glanced at her and then continued forwards without a word. He soon arrived at the woman's side. Without pausing, he walked past her and continued forwards. "Wait a moment. I can give you a reward, a very, very generous reward. I'm sure you will be satisfied. Moreover, my request isn't difficult at all. With your ability, you should be able to easily accomplish it." Unfortunately, her words clearly didn't move Qin Yu's heart. His figure didn't pause at all, and he soon disappeared into the forest. "Hey, that really is a precious reward. This is a treasure that I spent a great deal of effort to obtain from teacher. Can save a life in a critical moment. Why can't you take a look before you make a decision?" Her voice gradually faded away. There was a bit of unwillingness and also a bit of complaint, but there weren't any other negative emotions. Just as she bit her lips, thinking that she would definitely lose this time, she heard the sound of footsteps returning. She looked up to see that Qin Yu had returned and was standing several meters away. "I'm really in a hurry, so if you want to make a deal, you had best show me your greatest sincerity." What changed his mind wasn't the woman's so-called helplessness. If he really wanted to be a good person, then in this cruel world, even if he had 100 lives, it still wouldn't be enough for others to kill him. The reason he returned was because Qin Yu had heard her mention that she had a very precious treasure in her hands that could save a life in a critical moment. He didn't know why, but these words touched Qin Yu's mind, stirring up ripples in his heart. With the sun and moon force field added to his body, he transcended the world. Although his cultivation couldn't be considered transcendent, he still had some transcendent attribute. Thus, Qin Yu couldn't completely ignore the fluctuations in his mind. The woman's face lit up with joy. She hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I am the fairest person in the world. As long as you can help me, I will definitely give you the treasure." As she spoke, she flipped her hand and a walnut appeared in her palm. The skin was slightly white and occasionally there were a few black spots mixed in, as if it had been dug out from a pile of rotten leaves not too long ago and hadn't been completely cleaned yet. "This is this walnut. Take a look first. If you're satisfied, then I will state my conditions." As she spoke, she reached out a hand and placed it in front of Qin Yu. This caused him to reveal a look of surprise. After a brief pause, he reached out and took the walnut. This walnut looked ordinary, but the moment it fell into his hand, Qin Yu could hear the explosive roars of millions of thunderbolts exploding in his ears. His consciousness was instantly pulled into a world of thunder. Endless bolts of lightning wildly tumbled about, as if they could destroy all. His first thought was that this was bad. He had been tricked by someone. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He had indeed been too careless. With a thought, he galvanized the sun and moon force field and his consciousness instantly returned to his body. But to a cultivator, life and death were decided in an instant. When his consciousness was pulled into the world of thunder just now, it was more than enough for someone prepared to kill him several times over. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that the woman in front of him was still standing in the same place. Her eyes were wide and she revealed an expression of admiration. Then, she exclaimed in a similar tone, "You actually regained consciousness so quickly. How fierce! I was stunned for a long time." Qin Yu, should this be the point of focus? However, this also allowed Qin Yu to relax a little. It seemed that this woman didn't have any ill intentions towards him, otherwise she definitely wouldn't have missed out on that opportunity just now. He looked down at the quiet walnut in his hand. As he recalled what he saw just now, his heart chilled. In a critical moment, if he could stimulate the power of thunder contained within this walnut, it would indeed have the effect of changing the situation. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He said, "I'm satisfied with this item. Tell me your conditions." The woman smiled. She lifted a hand and pointed upwards. "I want you to bring me up the mountain." Qin Yu frowned. "You want to pass the 3 mountains trial?" He could calmly deal with the first mountain by relying on the sun and moon force field. But he wasn't sure what the situation would be like on the second and third mountains. But it was impossible for a person's luck to be so good all the time. It was already difficult for him to rush through them alone. If he were to bring a burden along, Qin Yu didn't have full confidence he could do so. The woman waved her hand again and again. No, I don't want to pass the 3 mountains trial. Otherwise, you just need to bring me to the summit of this mountain." Qin Yu relaxed. If this was the case, then the difficulty would be much lower. But he didn't immediately agree. After a moment of silence, he said, "All right. That's great." The woman cheered. She lifted a hand and took out a silk ribbon. It was pure white and flawless, like flowing moonlight. "If you hold on to it, I can go up the mountain with you." Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He reached out and took one end of the silk ribbon. He was originally worried that the existence of the sun and moon force field would be discovered. But since she had her own methods, that was for the best. "Let's go." He turned and walked away. As he tugged on the silk ribbon, he could feel an invisible pressure all around him. It was like the air had become thick and viscous, as if he had fallen into mud. Every step forwards required more strength. This was because the invisible aura that wrapped around Qin Yu and tried to drill into his body had suddenly risen several times over. As he thought, the Three Mountains trial wouldn't truly have no bottom line. It could tacitly allow Qin Yu to rely on his own strength to easily ascend the mountain, but it wouldn't allow such blatant cheating methods. Within his soul space, the purple moon and blue sun began to revolve at an even faster speed. With loud bangs, it was like a stone being struck against a leather drum. Although it wasn't intense, it was incomparably clear in his perception. It caused Qin Yu's ears to ring and his chest to feel heavy. It was clear that the invisible aura outside had impacted the sun and moon force field. It had surpassed a certain limit and was beginning to affect his body. Luckily, the feeling of discomfort wasn't too strong. After revolving his cultivation a little, his body relaxed. Qin Yu tugged on the silk ribbon. The woman behind him was like a kite being lifted up in the air, following him forwards. Looking at Qin Yu's back, he paused for a moment before composing himself once more. The woman let out a breath of relief, a relaxed look on her face. Luckily, this fellow Taoist was truly strong. He was actually able to pull her along as they moved through the first mountain, otherwise things would have been far more troublesome. But how did he do this? Looking at his cultivation, he could only be considered average at best, but he was actually able to pull her along. Blinking her eyes, the woman quietly reached out a hand. "I'm warning you, don't even think about probing me, otherwise the transaction will be nullified immediately. I'll accept the walnuts, and you can think of a way to climb up the mountain yourself." The woman blushed red, revealing embarrassment that she couldn't hide. She whispered, "I'm sorry, I was just curious for a moment. I won't do it again." She actually admitted it. Qin Yu secretly shook his head. He considered himself experienced and knowledgeable, but even so, he wasn't able to see through this woman. Her actions were filled with innocence and immaturity, yet she was able to climb up to this point by herself. Whatever, they were just strangers that met by chance. Once he brought her to the top of the mountain, they would be even. There might not be a day they would meet again in the future, so there was no need to think too much about it. Chapter 10:13. He arrived at the summit. Although he was carrying a burden and every step forward required a great deal of strength, this wasn't too much of a problem for Qin Yu. He let out a deep breath and relaxed. After all, who knew whether or not he would be punished for helping someone climb a mountain? Luckily, that didn't happen. Releasing the ribbon, the floating woman fell to the ground. She looked back at the mountain path, her face full of joy but also a bit of fear. Luckily, she had been dragged all the way here. Otherwise, even if she could climb up by herself, she would have to shed several layers of skin. It had to be known that she was very afraid of pain. "My name is Lu Xiu. Thank you so much. What is your name?" Qin Yu shook his head. "My name isn't important. I have already completed my transaction with you. The walnut is mine now. Goodbye." He turned to leave, but at this moment, his complexion changed. He saw that the space around Lu Xiu suddenly trembled. An unimaginably terrifying aura surged out. It gave Qin Yu the feeling of a weak and harmless little white rabbit staring at a Tyrannosaurus Rex spewing flames from its nostrils and mouth. Of course, the description of a little white rabbit was Qin Yu's own. Covered by this aura, Qin Yu felt as if he had been frozen in the air. Besides his thoughts, he couldn't move at all. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What sort of treasure was that walnut? How could it be so easily obtained? Now, he feared trouble had arrived. It was just that at this time, Qin Yu was inexplicably shocked. He didn't notice that after Lu Xiu panicked for a moment, she revealed a bitter and helpless expression. She was like a child that had run away from home and was caught as soon as she ran out of the house. "Humph, you really have grown up. With your little cultivation you actually dared to seal yourself and send a divine avatar into a small world. It seems that I was too lenient towards you before, allowing you to become so lawless." With an angry shout, a figure walked out from the shaking space. His body was wrapped in a faint halo of light and his entire body was translucent. It was clear that this was an avatar or projection of some sort. But he was the source of all the terrifying aura that Qin Yu had sensed. Now that he had truly appeared in front of him, he felt his thoughts turn sluggish, as if they were about to freeze. Who was this person? In terms of terrifying cultivation, the peach blossom origin master that Qin Yu met not too long ago was the strongest cultivator he had ever seen. But now, the feeling that this figure gave him was even more terrifying than when he was facing the peach blossom origin master. Didn't this mean that this person's cultivation was far more powerful than the peach blossom origin master's? After all, the peach blossom spring was a holy land that even the Eastern Zhou clan had to treat with respect. It was even more terrifying than the peach blossom spring master. This was a level that Qin Yu could no longer understand with his current experience. But there was one thing he was sure of. If this person wanted to kill him, they wouldn't even need to do anything. Perhaps just a single glance would be enough to scatter his soul. It turned out that looks could really kill. Qin Yu's emotions tumbled like a raging tide. He roared at Lu Xiu in his heart. I was just bragging that I had a teacher that transcended the heavens, but you really do have such a teacher that transcends the heavens. Even so, you're still here, acting like a weak little girl? If you want to act, then so be it. Why do you have to trick me? The reasoning was clear. Qin Yu had helped Lu Xiu climb the mountain, and she had given him a walnut as a reward. This was originally a consensual matter, but now that her teacher was here, he might not think so. For such a small matter, you want to take away such a precious treasure from my disciple's hands? You brat, you must have eaten the guts of a leopard. There was no need for anything more. As long as there was even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, he could casually wave his hand and he would be completely finished. That's right, he would be completely finished, even if he had the little blue lamp, the jade embryonic egg, and the sun and moon force field. Perhaps in terms of potential, Qin Yu's future was limitless. But something like potential wasn't worth anything until it was fully developed. The crushing pressure of absolute strength was enough to turn his entire person into ash. He wouldn't even be able to leave behind a single speck of dust. Teacher. Lu Xiu weakly opened her mouth, a pitiful expression on her face. But she was immediately interrupted. It was clear that this person was truly angry. Don't call me teacher. Just hearing that word makes my head hurt. Beneath the halo of light, the phantom was blurry and it was impossible to make out its true appearance. One could only judge that it was a tall and sturdy man. His eyes turned and fell onto Qin Yu. Or, to be more precise, his eyes fell onto the walnut in his hand. At this moment, Qin Yu's thoughts were completely frozen. He was like a fish placed on a table, waiting for someone to cut him down with a knife. Originally, things should have progressed exactly as Qin Yu had expected. He had unhesitatingly cultivated a dozen or so walnuts, and now one of them had been taken by someone else. If it were anyone else, they would be angry. In his opinion, his incomparably pure female disciple had clearly been deceived, otherwise why would she hand over the walnut? To dare deceive his disciple, haha, that was simply eating a dragon's gall. No, even if he had eaten a dragon's gall, he still wouldn't dare to do something like this. In the moment of life or death, as these thoughts raced through his mind, the phantom suddenly gasped. He lifted a hand and touched Qin Yu. Soon, as if he had been electrocuted, he drew back his hand. His eyes widened, revealing a strange expression. As for these things, Qin Yu, whose thoughts were frozen, naturally didn't know. It felt like only a moment had passed, but also like tens of thousands of years had passed. The terrifying aura that submerged him began to rapidly recede like a tide. His consciousness was restored, and he could control his body once more. Qin Yu stormed backwards. This was his body's instinctive reaction in the face of danger. Humph humph. I didn't tell you to leave. So what if you run to the ends of the earth? A cold sneer entered his ears. Qin Yu stiffened. After a brief pause, he bowed. Qin Yu greets Senior. This walnut was willingly given to me by Lu Xiu. I ask Senior to examine it. Standing on the side, Lu Xiu was glared at. She had an embarrassed look on her face. She thought that she had no other choice. But from the looks of it, Teacher seemed to be a little interested in this Qin Yu. Otherwise, with his status, why would he waste time speaking to her? Could it be that I have another little junior apprentice brother? Thinking of this, Lu Xiu immediately became excited. She didn't even care about the punishment she would face. Little junior apprentice brother. She had been looking forward to meeting such a creature for many, many years. If her dream could come true, what did it matter if she was punished by Teacher? The phantom lightly coughed. He lightly said, "This is a transaction between you and Lu Xiu. I naturally won't interfere." Qin Yu relaxed a little. Then, he couldn't help but curl his lips. He thought that no matter how strong or weak one's cultivation was, hypocrisy was an inescapable instinct. With that reaction just now, could it be considered not interfering? Although I don't know why I'm still alive, if it were any other cultivator, I fear they would have already died. Of course, even though he thought this, he still maintained a respectful expression. He bowed and said, "Thank you for Senior's magnanimity." The phantom looked at Qin Yu. "Boy, I can feel a trace of familiarity from you. Perhaps before the 6 paths of samsara, you and I were related in some way. Since we can meet again today, that can be considered a lucky chance. Now I ask you, are you willing to abandon your other minor daos and enter my tutelage?" Lu Xiu's eyes widened. She felt a pleasant surprise come too quickly. "I feel a little dizzy, little junior apprentice brother. I really am going to have a little junior apprentice brother. Indeed, I am the smartest person on this mountain. I can predict the future, can't you see? Moreover, it was confirmed by Teacher. This is simply unimaginable, okay? Haha, to those senior apprentice brothers and sisters who said that I was simple, that I didn't have enough brains, I can now confirm that you are all jealous of me. Agree, hurry up and agree. Boy, what are you waiting for? My teacher, for such a great figure to take you as a disciple of his own initiative, this is simply something that can only happen in a dream. In this sort of situation, you should hurry up and kowtow to him, and put this matter into practice. Are you going to wait for Teacher to go back on his word and weep for 10,000 years? This shining golden thigh that was as thick as a mountain fell down from the skies, falling right in front of Qin Yu. If he said that he didn't want to rush up and hug it, that would be a lie. But the problem now was that just as this thought appeared in his mind, an inexplicable feeling of endless palpitation rose up from the depths of his heart. It was as if he really dared to take this person as his master, his fate would be extremely miserable, but the key was, why? This person in front of him, regardless of his cultivation or background, was terrifying, powerful, and overbearing. If he wanted to kill Qin Yu, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Thus, to say that he had deliberately plotted against Qin Yu and harbored evil intentions towards him, that was clearly not necessary. Thus, the matter of taking him as a disciple should be true. It was his great luck that a golden thigh had delivered itself to his doorstep. But now, he actually didn't dare to agree. It wasn't that Qin Yu didn't try. He closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and directly knelt down and called him teacher. At that time, even if there were any problems, this cheap teacher wouldn't just watch helplessly as he ran into misfortune. With him taking action, no matter how big this world was, what could harm him? But Qin Yu couldn't do it. It was as if he really did take him as a disciple, even this cheap teacher wouldn't be able to resist what would happen next. That terrifying aura nearly condensed into essence. Qin Yu was sure that his senses weren't wrong. Wanting to cry but having no tears. To describe the current mood swings in Qin Yu's heart was the most appropriate. The phantom furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't think that Qin Yu would remain silent even when he personally asked. Could it be that he already knew, but that wasn't right? That mark clearly hadn't been activated yet. This was a bit strange. But since he had tried to steal it, he naturally had to do his best. There was no reason for him to give up halfway. The phantom glanced at the walnut that Qin Yu subconsciously gripped in his hand. His eyes flashed and he lightly said, "Perhaps you don't know my name, and I certainly can't tell you before you take me as your master. But, as long as you agree to be my disciple, I can give you a trump card that will ensure that no one will be able to move against you in the myriad soul Tao." Temptation. Absolute temptation. This was a formidable abyssal creature. Although it hadn't made a move yet, Qin Yu didn't believe that he would have the chance to wipe away his grudges with a smile. He was afraid that once he was done with what he was doing, he would turn around and think about how he should cut him into pieces. If he had a trump card from a golden thigh, then the situation would certainly be reversed. Qin Yu didn't doubt the might of this trump card. Moreover, since this sort of character had spoken, he would surely do what he said. There wouldn't be the slightest mistake. At that time, the threat of the abyssal creatures would no longer exist, and he would definitely be able to thoroughly investigate the secrets of the myriad soul Tao. And taking 10,000 steps back, if he took such an incomparably fierce teacher, would he still need to spend so much effort to save Ningling? Perhaps as long as he found the peach blossom spring, he could have that woman who planted the peaches sever her relationship with Ningling. Qin Yu's heart wavered once more. But at this time, there was a buzzing sound deep in his mind and his consciousness fell into chaos. Chapter 10:14. That feeling was like someone had ruthlessly knocked him on the head. Unfortunately, the force was too great, or perhaps his endurance was too low, and he directly fainted. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu suddenly woke up. He happened to hear an angry roar in his ears. "Just you wait, this matter isn't over." This voice seemed to belong to that inconceivably powerful phantom just now. However, why did it sound like he was feeling a bit guilty? Or perhaps it was something that could be called being tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Qin Yu turned his head and looked around. The phantom and Lu Xiu had already vanished from sight. If he hadn't heard that roar just now, he wouldn't have been able to help but wonder if he had fallen for some unknown scheme on the first mountain and was hallucinating. But hallucinating was impossible. It wasn't just because of that roar, but also because Qin Yu was currently holding a walnut in his hand. A walnut filled with destructive thunder. It was tyrannical to the extreme, but it seemed harmless on the surface. For the time being, it was called a walnut. This woman Lu Xiu had appeared inexplicably, and her actions had left him scratching his head. Her teacher was even stranger. He had suddenly said that he wanted to take Qin Yu as a disciple, but in the end, he had felt dizzy, opened his eyes, and left. Even though Qin Yu had personally experienced this, he still couldn't help but feel confused as he thought about it. Just what was going on? If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it for the time being. He was still on the first mountain, and the secrets of the myriad soul path were still waiting to be explored. He didn't have much time to waste on these meaningless thoughts. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Of course, the first thing he did was to carefully put away the walnut in his hand. Although this thing couldn't guarantee that he would be able to pass through the myriad soul path unscathed, it was still simple for him to kill someone or save his life at a critical moment. Put it away, put it away. Qin Yu looked up into the distance. Standing on the summit of the first mountain, he could clearly see the appearance of the second mountain. And at this time, he had a clear understanding that after ascending to the summit of the first mountain, he had already passed the test. With just a thought, he could be directly teleported to the foot of the second mountain and begin the test of the second mountain. It was said that climbing a mountain was easy but descending a mountain was hard. He looked down and saw that the first mountain led downward. It was clearly much steeper and he frowned. Even though the road wasn't a road, being a bit steeper was completely meaningless for cultivators. It might very well represent that the amount of penetrative force they had to endure when descending the mountain was greater. The reason Qin Yu was able to easily reach the summit was because he had relied on his own strength to cheat. If it were any other cultivator, it would have taken them a tremendous amount of effort to reach the summit. As far as they were concerned, since they could choose to enter the second mountain, they wouldn't waste any more energy on the first mountain. After all, the first mountain was only the first mountain. Only by passing the test of all three mountains would one be qualified to enter the land of inheritance. Right now, every ounce of strength should be cherished and used for sprinting instead of being pointlessly wasted. However, since the path down the mountain existed, there must be a reason for it. Otherwise, when cultivators reached the top, they would be teleported directly to the second mountain. Why would there be a need to place the path down the mountain in front of them? Qin Yu thought for a moment and then stepped down the mountain. With the sun-moon force field wrapped around him, the test of the first mountain was meaningless to him. Since that was the case, it would at most delay him a little. Why not try it out? Perhaps there might be some unexpected harvests there. Qin Yu had to admit that he wasn't a smart person. Compared to other cultivators, he was just a bit luckier and cautious. Now, he could think of things that other cultivators had thought of in all the countless years that the myriad soul Tao had opened. But it was likely that they weren't strong enough to continue descending the mountain path, so they gave up on this choice and directly entered the second mountain. All the way down, reality proved that Qin Yu's guess wasn't wrong. The steepness of the mountain path represented the richness of the terrifying aura outside. But it was clear that, without Lu Xiu dragging him down, Qin Yu was extremely calm. He arrived at the foot of the mountain without any dangers. Just as Qin Yu took the final step out of the range of the first mountain and truly descended the mountain, an invisible aura suddenly gathered in the air. Light gradually appeared and a complex rune appeared in front of Qin Yu. With a flash, it fused into his body. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sensed it with rapt attention. This rune that fused into his body appeared in his soul space. After a brief flash, it fell into a dormant state. But this didn't prevent Qin Yu from figuring out just what this rune represented. Climbing up the mountain, from the moment he stepped onto the summit, he had completed the test of the first mountain. This wasn't wrong. But the road down the mountain was an additional question. He could choose to do it or he could choose to give up. If he gave up, he wouldn't deduct points. But if he did it correctly, he would receive extra points. But now, Qin Yu didn't know what these extra points meant. In other words, this strange slumbering rune represented. But this rune shouldn't have any harmful effects. Qin Yu carefully sensed it. After determining that there was nothing wrong with it, he drew back his divine sense. He looked up. What came next was the test of the second mountain. But he didn't know what this test was. Just a moment ago he had been thinking about this, but in the next moment, Qin Yu's vision blurred. He had entered the range of the second mountain. This change had occurred without warning. But as he thought about it carefully, it was also reasonable. After all, the test of the three mountains was a whole and couldn't be divided up. Even if he passed a part of it, he still wouldn't be able to catch his breath. But at this time, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to think about these things. This was because he already knew the content of the second mountain's test. To be more precise, this test didn't surpass the scope of Qin Yu's previous expectations. This was because it targeted the soul. Because of Shuijing, Qin Yu already knew about the final inheritance of the myriad soul Tao. That is, the method to divide the soul and condense 10,000 soul seeds. Since one needed to divide the soul to condense a soul seed, there were naturally high requirements for the soul. It was also reasonable for there to be a test of the second mountain. But soon, Qin Yu's complexion subconsciously became strange. This was because he discovered that the sun-moon force field was working once more. That's right, within his soul space, the purple moon and blue sun rose in the east and set in the west. The resulting sun-moon force field paused for a moment, and then the intensity of the vibrations began to change. It was actually able to completely block the strength that was suppressing Qin Yu's soul. This was simply a super awesome invincible sun-moon force field, an existence comparable to a divine artifact. With the experience of passing through the first mountain, Qin Yu didn't feel any pressure when he looked at the second mountain. As long as he had the sun-moon force field in hand, he could leave whenever he wanted. No matter how fierce someone was, there was nothing they could do to him. This feeling was so good that it could explode. Just as Qin Yu was preparing to rush up the mountain in a single spurt of energy, a cold snort echoed in his ears. Then, with a puff like a sharp weapon cutting through thick leather, the protection of the sun-moon force field was directly torn apart. Qin Yu immediately felt that omnipresent strength that crazily pressed down on his soul from all directions. "Brat, I already turned a blind eye to your actions on the first mountain. Do you really plan on using this method to directly pass the test?" With a sneer, the white-robed man appeared in front of Qin Yu. His expression was cold and his sword-like eyebrows rose up, revealing a bit of anger. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly bowed. "Qin Yu greets Senior." His thoughts raced. Could this white-robed man be the will born from the myriad soul Tao? According to what the stone pagoda said, the myriad soul Tao itself already had problems. When that abyssal creature obtained approval and directly entered the land of inheritance, this also proved this point. Didn't that mean that this white-robed man in front of him was extremely dangerous? Qin Yu's body tensed and his heart turned icy cold. His hand moved beneath his sleeves and a walnut appeared in his palm. Although he didn't want to use this life-saving treasure so easily, he had no other choice if he were to face danger. "Humph! Don't think that just because you have a sweet mouth I will be lenient. You can only rely on your own strength to pass the test of the second mountain. Don't think of playing any trick." The white-robed man sneered again and again. But after speaking he frowned. For a time, he looked at Qin Yu in silence, as if he had thought of some difficult problem. After several breaths of time he continued to say, "According to the rules, I broke through your protective force field and violated the rules a bit. So, if you can walk out of the second mountain then you can obtain an extra harvest. Don't even think about knowing what that harvest is. I won't tell you." After speaking, the white-robed man turned and stepped away, vanishing from sight. Just like when he first appeared, the white-robed man's departure was also silent. Qin Yu couldn't lock onto his aura at all. That was it? The dangers he expected didn't appear. It seemed that he was overthinking things, or perhaps the internal problems of the myriad soul Tao hadn't developed to a serious degree. Qin Yu wasn't sure why, but at least for now, the will of the myriad soul Tao didn't have any intention of attacking him. In the end, this was a good thing. Otherwise, if the will of the myriad soul Tao had been contaminated by abyssal creatures, then that would truly be terrifying. As Qin Yu stood within the myriad soul Tao, even if he had a walnut in his hand, he still wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. He took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his mind. He looked up at the distant mountain peak and began to walk forwards. Without the protection of the sun and moon force field, he had to rely on his own strength to stand within the second mountain. Only then could he truly feel how terrifying this test was. This was different from the penetrating aura of the first mountain. What filled every inch of space within the second mountain was an incomparably powerful oppressive strength that directly targeted the soul. As one stood within, they felt as if they were facing an incomparably massive grinding stone that was slowly turning. And a cultivator's soul was beneath this grinding stone. If they couldn't withstand it, they would gradually crack apart and finally be crushed into powder. The closer he approached the mountain peak, the stronger the crushing strength became. Qin Yu could almost hear the sound of the grinding stone turning in his ears. At this time, Qin Yu naturally learned the name of the second mountain's test. The soul-grinding stone. As this name appeared in his mind, the world in front of him underwent a massive change. The path within the second mountain had already vanished from sight. What occupied his entire field of vision was an incomparably massive grinding stone that was slowly turning. The so-called slow was only relative to its massive body. In truth, it was extremely fast, rumbling and howling without end. Right now, Qin Yu was beneath this grinding stone, withstanding the incomparably powerful pressure coming from above. He slowly moved towards the center of the grinding stone with great difficulty. Enlightenment spontaneously rose in his heart. This was the soul grinding stone, the true test of a cultivator. Only by withstanding this pressure and walking to the center of the grinding stone could one be considered strong enough. And this sort of powerful soul didn't just refer to the quality of the soul, but also the cultivator's own will. Only by having a similarly powerful will and soul could one obtain the qualifications to obtain the final inheritance of the myriad soul Tao. This was because this was the most basic condition needed to split one's soul and condense 10,000 soul seed. There was no chance of using any tricks to pass the soul grinding stone of the second mountain. One could only rely on their own strength to force their way through. After understanding this, Qin Yu paused for a moment. Then, he lowered his head and walked forwards. Since there were no shortcuts, he might as well walk forwards. Chapter 10:15. Kacha or kacha, a faint sound echoed in his ears. Beneath the millstone, cracks began to appear on the surface of Qin Yu's body. And in fact, whether it was Qin Yu or the millstone, they were both in a pure soul state. In other words, these cracks were appearing on Qin Yu's soul. This was already an incomparably terrifying injury. If he continued, the cracks would continue to grow deeper and deeper until his soul would finally be torn apart, shattering it and dissipating. But now, Qin Yu didn't seem to feel anything at all, or perhaps, he had already sensed it, and yet he didn't stop moving forwards. The sounds of shattering grew louder and louder, gradually emitting a feeling of despair and destruction. From top to bottom, every inch of Qin Yu's exposed flesh and blood was covered in cracks. There were so many that it was impossible to calculate. The pain caused by each crack was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than if a saber were to tear open a person's body. But he still moved forwards, even though the closer he got to the center of the millstone, the stronger the crushing strength became and his soul was on the verge of collapse. Every time a new crack appeared or their depth increased, it gave one a feeling as if Qin Yu's soul was on the verge of shattering. But every time he withstood it and continued to take the next step. But as he walked on the edge of collapse, there would eventually be a time of destruction. Qin Yu had an intense and clear intuition that he still had 10 more steps. When the 11th step fell, his soul would shatter. Looking up, he saw that the millstone was incomparably vast. Beneath it, he was nothing more than a tiny ant that could be ignored. And the center of the millstone was still far, far away from him. It was so far away that all of his previous efforts and all of the pain he suffered seemed meaningless. Under such a contrast, the impact on one's heart was simply terrifying, and it was sufficient to easily destroy one's willpower. But Qin Yu only calmly glanced at it. His eyes didn't change, and he didn't waste any time. He lowered his head and continued forwards. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 7 step, 8 step, 9 steps, 10th step. Qin Yu looked up. He frowned. This was because the center of the millstone was still far away. Compared to when he first saw it, there wasn't any change at all. And this was already the furthest he could go. Another step and he would surpass his own limit. After taking the 10th step, Qin Yu's perception became increasingly clear. He was sure that if he continued to move forward, he would be completely destroyed. It was still not too late to retreat. Advancing forward meant death. Qin Yu's frown deepened. His eyes darkened and countless thoughts wildly collided in his mind. His soul instinctively wailed in pain, shouting at him to immediately retreat and not to continue forward. But he was moving forward. There was no doubt about this. Even if it seemed like he hadn't taken even half a step forward, he had truly walked a very, very long way. I refuse to believe that the trial of the second mountain would be so despairing. It doesn't give anyone any hope at all. The more you show me that the center of the millstone is unreachable, the more it shows that I have truly arrived at the end. Perhaps I will die at this step, but there is also a possibility that it will help me reach the end. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and took the 11th step. As his foot fell, the oppressive aura around him reached its peak. He could clearly feel his soul being destroyed in despair. Shattering, tumbling, the fragments of his soul dissipated, and what vanished along with it was his consciousness. In the end, did I still fail? But I am unwilling. If I cannot pass the second mountain, then who else can pass the trial of the 3 mountains? This wasn't arrogance or conceit, but Qin Yu had absolute confidence in his own performance. He had nearly done everything he could, and yet he had still failed. Death was approaching. His consciousness collapsed until there was only a tiny bit left. It was entrusted to the tiny fragments of Qin Yu's soul. But at this time, everything came to a standstill. It was like a finger with infinite power had pressed the pause button for the world. The button. In the next moment, the passing of time began to reverse at an astonishing speed. What was left of Qin Yu's soul rapidly became whole. In an instant, it was restored to its original state. All the cracks and scars vanished. He closed his eyes, feeling that his condition was unprecedentedly good. An incomparably powerful strength surged within his reborn soul. When he opened his eyes, Qin Yu had arrived at the center of the soul millstone. The 11th step was the step of annihilation and also the step of rebirth. But that depended on whether or not one had the courage to take this step. If one was afraid and moved forwards, then even if they had taken the 10th step, all their efforts would have been for naught. They would not have been able to pass the trial of the second mountain and naturally wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the land of inheritance of the myriad soul Tao. This step was a test of one's character. In his heart, if it weren't for Ningling, Qin Yu might have chosen to retreat when he faced the 11th step. But there were no ifs in this world. Qin Yu had taken this step and passed the trial. Thus, he had obtained the reward he deserved. After passing through the soul millstone, the crushed and dissipated soul was reborn once more. This was a process of destruction and reconstruction. During this process, Qin Yu had obtained many benefits. This was the reward that the myriad soul Tao had given him. But it was clear that this wasn't the only reward. In the air, an invisible strength gathered. Light appeared, turning into a rune. Qin Yu had already experienced this once, so he wasn't too surprised. He swept his eyes over it. This rune was extremely similar to the one he had obtained when he passed the first mountain. But, if one looked carefully, they would discover that they were completely different. They were like 2 directions, one to the south and one to the north. But since they gave off a similar feeling, there must be some sort of connection between these 2 runes. Shwar, the rune flashed and submerged into Qin Yu's body. Without needing to activate it, it arrived in his soul space, right next to the first rune. The 2 runes overlapped and fused together. Every complex and exquisite rune perfectly fused together without the slightest bit of overlap. After the 2 runes entered Qin Yu's body, they fell into a dark and deep slumbering state. But after they fused together, they began to emit light and then burn. Qin Yu could feel a faint burning in his soul. But this burning didn't have any evil intentions. After a moment of hesitation, he didn't resist it. Thus, when the rune burned away, a faintly discernible rune mark appeared on the surface of his soul. A voice sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. Yin and Yang runes have combined into one. You have obtained the qualifications to obtain the inheritance and obtain the myriad soul great Tao. It was deep and heavy, carrying with it an incomparably formidable will that couldn't be resisted. This was the approval of the myriad soul Tao. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a bitter smile on his face. Although he had entered the myriad soul Tao, he had no interest in its inheritance methods. But he had inexplicably obtained its approval. He already knew that by relying on the rune mark in his soul, as long as he wanted to, he could immediately obtain the myriad soul great Tao after entering the land of inheritance. This was also what East Zhou Chali and the others wanted to obtain after entering the land of inheritance. However, although Qin Yu wasn't interested in the myriad soul great Tao, if he could obtain the inheritance, then he would naturally know all the secrets of the myriad soul Tao. Unraveling it would be much easier. But was the myriad soul great Tao really so simple? What Qin Yu was worried about was that once he obtained the inheritance, unraveling it would be 100 times more difficult. The white-robed will of the myriad soul Tao didn't show up again. However, his voice rang out in Qin Yu's ears. "Kid, I've fulfilled my promise and given you an extra reward. Now, enter the third mountain. This will be your final test." Before Qin Yu could respond, an invisible strength descended. His body twisted and in the next moment, he entered the range of the third mountain. Qin Yu's heart chilled and his expression dignified. He hadn't felt much that he had cheated to pass the first mountain. But the test of the second mountain allowed Qin Yu to truly understand just how terrifying the so-called test of the three mountains was. Now, this was the final mountain. According to common sense, the difficulty of this test was likely to be even greater than the previous ones. But in reality, nothing happened. Qin Yu walked from the foot of the mountain to the summit. The entire process was incomparably smooth and nothing happened. The moment he reached the summit, strong winds stirred up, blowing away the fog that shrouded the mountain. In the void, a golden door appeared. It seemed to shine with endless light, dazzling to the extreme. But now that he was so close, Qin Yu could see the massive number of holes and cuts on its surface. It seemed as if this stone door had withstood an astonishingly powerful attack a long time ago. At this time, facing Qin Yu, the stone door slowly opened. Rumble, rumble, a thunder roared above his head, and trillions of arcs of lightning wreaked havoc. Within the land of the three mountains, whether they were inside or outside, all the cultivators gathered here felt their hearts shake. They looked up and saw that golden door opening in the distance. "Someone has passed the test of the three mountains. He actually succeeded. How is this possible? I just approached the summit of the first mountain." Just who was it that was able to accomplish this? Cries of alarm rang out. Countless cultivators widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Because of some restriction, the contents of the test of the three mountains couldn't be transmitted to the outside world. But over the countless years, there had been many cultivators who had passed the test of the three mountains. But the fastest amongst them had taken at least 10 days. And now it had only been a little over 2 days since the opening of the myriad soul Tao. The golden door was on the distant horizon, but when everyone looked down, they could clearly see the noble posture it presented. So, after Qin Yu paused for a brief moment, he stepped towards the door. Then, his blurry figure became clear. At this moment, countless cultivators could clearly see Qin Yu's appearance. "It's him." Outside the first mountain, several cultivators cried out in alarm. After a moment of shock, their faces flushed red with shame. Before, when Qin Yu entered the mountain, they had been standing not too far away and had mocked him. When they didn't see Qin Yu come out, they had sighed inwardly. They thought that this boy had some skills. But no matter how they thought about it, they never imagined that Qin Yu had already passed the test of the three mountains. It wasn't 2 days, it was 1 day, it was 1 day. One of the cultivators whispered. His body shivered, endless awe in his eyes. As the several people beside him heard this, they stiffened. Then, their faces filled with shock. Passing the test of the three mountains in 1 day, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Just who was this person? "Qin Yu, he's Qin Yu." So it's him. In the past, I didn't believe the rumors, but now I no longer doubt them. Qin Yu's background must be amazing, perhaps he really does have a teacher with a transcendent cultivation. This Qin Yu is actually so terrifying. Halfway up the first mountain, Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping looked at each other with stunned expressions. They could see the shock and bitterness in each other's hearts. So, the person who had been with them before was actually such an incomparably powerful existence. No wonder Eastern Zhou Zhili trusted him so much and didn't hesitate to let him guard the first round platform and gather the strength of the 5 of them to seize the other round platforms. How laughable. Before this, they had actually been a bit unconvinced. Xia Chun bitterly smiled. Luckily, we didn't show any hostility towards Qin Yu before, otherwise we would have been in deep trouble. Taoist priestess Taiping nodded. I'm a bit moved by Shang Lingyue's good luck. If he hadn't decisively given up, he would have died a miserable death. That's not necessarily true. If that Shang Lingyue was able to obtain the approval of the myriad soul path and be accepted into the land of inheritance, then he must have hidden himself deeply. Xia Chun shook his head. But when he looked towards the mountain summit, his eyes brightened. These 2 people are strong, but even if they enter the land of inheritance, they might not be able to obtain the final inheritance of the myriad soul path. Taoist Taiping smiled. That's right. It's still unknown just who will be the greatest winner this time. The 2 of them continued to climb the mountain. An invisible strength lingered around them, blocking out most of the corrosive strength of the first mountain. In this world, there would always be more than one person who was diligent, lucky, or prepared. Until the very end, who could determine everything? Chapter 10:16. As he stepped through the golden doors, Qin Yu had made countless assumptions. But he never imagined that the so-called land of inheritance was actually a city. That's right, it was an ordinary city that was filled with the aura of life. It was like a small city that could be found anywhere on the plains. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a small city, because the city in front of him was only 4 or 5 miles wide. The low walls were made from dirt mixed with wheat straw. Perhaps when it was first built, some sticky substance similar to glutinous rice juice had been added. Even so, after countless years of being battered by wind, sun, and rain, it was already riddled with scars. Most of the city walls only retained half their original height, and some were even lower. Occasionally, there would be sections that were severely damaged by natural disasters, or perhaps materials were skimped on during construction, and all that was left over was a bare section of the city wall. Standing outside the low city gate that also looked like a mud building, one could clearly see the smoke rising from kitchen chimneys in the city, accompanied by the fragrance of food. Rumble, rumble, Qin Yu's stomach rumbled. He lifted a hand and rubbed it. A strange expression crossed his face. He didn't know how many years it had been, but as he smelled this fragrance, he actually felt hungry once more. It had to be said that this was an incredible matter. But soon, he stopped rubbing his stomach. With a strange look on his face, he reached into his bosom and touched a hard object. It was a big, shiny gold coin. It was the type that was round on the outside and square on the inside. It was the size of a thumb, but there was no rust on its surface. Rather, it shined with a dazzling gold. As he received this gold coin, the strange expression on Qin Yu's face became even thicker. Thinking for a moment, he put away the coin and stepped into the city. As soon as he stepped through the city gates, there was a sudden hubbub of activity. All sorts of stalls were set up on both sides of the street. The merchants that opened their doors to do business, perhaps because they wanted to compete with each other for business, had arranged for workers to stand at the entrance and shout out loud in an attempt to attract the attention of customers. "They're here, they're here. Hurry up and take a look. Our store has just bought a new batch of silk. The quality is absolutely top class. A man will look elegant wearing it and a woman will look as beautiful as a fairy. You absolutely cannot miss out on it." Those people are just bragging. In terms of quality, our 100-year-old silk shop is absolutely honest, and the quality is top class. They are all talking nonsense. Our Kunlun Silk Manor is a famous family that has been passed down for more than 10 generations. We naturally have a special weaving secret technique. Our silk can be preserved for 100 years without fading. It is absolutely your best choice. Obviously, these three silk shops were slandering and belittling each other. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He had a nagging feeling that he had taken the wrong script. This is the land of inheritance? He gathered his thoughts and continued forward. The streets were filled with people. This small city was unexpectedly prosperous. Soon, Qin Yu found some useful information. For example, there were some people who did not fit in with the city and were obviously outsiders at first glance. A purple-robed man stood in front of a steamed bun stall, his expression uncertain. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and took out a large coin from his chest. "Give me a steamed bun." Qin Yu could clearly see that the coin this person took out was exactly the same as the one in his hand. The only difference was that the color was different. It wasn't gold, but a kind of rusty bronze. "Very well, dear customer. 1 coin for a steamed bun. Please take it." A smiling stall owner with a white towel on his head quickly took out a piece of toilet paper. He took out a steamed bun from a steamer and placed it in front of the person. Even though they were separated by a distance, Qin Yu could still hear the rumbling sounds coming from this person's stomach. He seemed to be starving. He received the steamed bun and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Then, he closed his eyes. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly felt 7 or 8 eyes gather on this person's face from all directions. Several breaths of time later, the cultivator who ate the steamed bun opened his eyes. He revealed a look of annoyance and quickly left. As for those eyes that gathered on him, they all looked away. 2 of them lingered on Qin Yu for a moment, but they didn't follow up. As for those eyes that gathered on him, they all withdrew. 2 of them lingered on Qin Yu for a moment, but they didn't follow up. For instance, the cultivators that entered the land of inheritance from the outside would obtain a great deal of money after coming here. For instance, the cultivators that entered the land of inheritance from the outside would obtain a great deal of money after coming here. The only difference was that the colors were different. The worst were copper coins and then a small amount of silver coins. As for the gold coin in Qin Yu's chest, he had never seen a second one. This city was the land of inheritance of the myriad soul Tao, and the large amounts of money in the hands of cultivators were the medium through which they obtained the inheritance. Or, it was more accurate to say that through the transactions of large amounts of money, any item purchased contained a kind of inheritance. This was because the land of inheritance of the myriad soul Tao didn't just contain the myriad soul great Tao. On the contrary, it contained tens of thousands of different inheritances. Some of them were strong, but in the end they were in the minority. Most of them were relatively ordinary, and there were even some that weren't worth mentioning. As for what they could trade for, that depended on the cultivator's own luck and eyesight. In short, it was up to the cultivator to choose what was good or bad. Of course, the appearance of inheritances wasn't set in stone. Rather, they appeared in some sort of random pattern that didn't follow any rules. For instance, the cultivator that bought the steamed bun had obtained an inheritance after eating the steamed bun. His expression didn't seem too good, but if the next cultivator came to buy the steamed bun, there was a chance that they would obtain an extremely fierce inheritance. Moreover, there were 2 other important points. Within this city there were 2 things that one had to buy. One was a place to stay and the other was food. As for the specific reason, it would be explained later. As Qin Yu stood outside a restaurant, he could feel a burning heat in his chest and stomach. His 5 viscera temples that couldn't obtain sacrifices were already going on strike. Rumble rumble, there was another explosive sound. This sort of hunger seeped into his bones, making him wish he could pick up a stone and chew on it. This was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long, long time. Perhaps it was in the past, before he met Auntie Gu, when he was wandering around the world, that he had felt something similar. Qin Yu rubbed his stomach and subconsciously took a deep breath. This wasn't good. The aroma of the food and wine was even thicker. It was like sharp hooks that drilled straight into his heart. "Dear customer, are you hungry? Hurry up and come to our restaurant. Our restaurant's dishes are all cooked by our great chef and the taste is superb. You won't regret it after tasting it." Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, the young servant responsible for attracting customers saw Qin Yu and his eyes brightened. He immediately tried his best to win him over. "1 silver coin, just 1 silver coin, and you can enjoy a delicious meal in our restaurant. It is absolutely worth it. Dear customer, please do not hesitate any longer and hurry up and try it. 1 copper coin for 1 steamed bun. 1 silver coin for a banquet. Then what about 1 gold coin?" Qin Yu didn't know. He had never seen a large gold coin appear in this city. His intuition told him that it was best not to expose the large gold coin in front of others, otherwise it was likely to provoke unexpected troubles. But if he didn't use the large gold coin, how would he eat? When a cultivator entered this great city, they would feel hungry. They had to eat in order to survive. Moreover, they even had a place to stay. It was said that in this city at night, if one wasn't in their room, some horrifying things would happen. As for what these things were, Qin Yu had never experienced them before. Moreover, he absolutely didn't want to try them. Things seemed to have reached a dead end. If he used the large gold coin, there might be trouble. But if he didn't use it, then eating and living would be a problem. As Qin Yu felt the hunger in his stomach increase and he bitterly smiled, he suddenly heard a shout. Then, a figure fluttered down from the second floor and landed in front of him. "Qin Yu, you came in." At this time, the one standing in front of him was East Zhou Jelly, her face filled with joy. But soon, she seemed to think of something. She restrained her expression and pulled him towards the restaurant. "Follow me." As she walked, she lowered her voice and said, "Don't speak too much." They entered the second floor and arrived at a round table. Several figures stood up, sizing him up. East Zhou Jelly smiled. "Everyone, he is my friend. According to the agreement between us, I can bring him to eat with me." A girl in a pink dress across from her nodded. "Of course, Miss East Zhou has this right." Her eyes fell on Qin Yu's face. "But, this fellow Taoist seems a bit familiar." These words seemed to be pointing at something. East Zhou Jelly's complexion changed. "This friend of mine has never been good at socializing and rarely interacts with the outside world. I think Miss Yun must have made a mistake." As she spoke, she pulled at Qin Yu. "Sit down and hurry up and eat. I still have some work to do, so I can't stay here for too long." Qin Yu nodded. He didn't care about the people across from him. He sat down in an empty seat and began to stuff himself with food. Unfortunately, although he soon felt full, he wasn't able to obtain any of the inheritances of the myriad soul Tao. This seemed to be different from the information he had gathered. It seemed that there were still some things he didn't understand. "Are you full?" East Zhou Jelly glanced over. Seeing Qin Yu nod, she stood up and said, "Everyone, we will bid our farewells first." As she spoke, she stood up and left the restaurant with Qin Yu. Yunfeng, who was wearing a pink dress and had a pretty face, frowned slightly as she watched the two of them leave. A thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. "How is it? Does fellow Taoist Yun really know this person?" Another cultivator asked, arrogance in his eyes. "This East Zhou Jelly only comes from a remote land. She was lucky enough to obtain a few silver coins, otherwise how could she have the qualifications to eat with us? And what sort of background does the person beside her have?" Yunfeng smiled. She said in a soft voice, "Perhaps I am overthinking things." She shook her head, suppressing the ripples in her heart. She swept her eyes over the people in front of her. "Now that we are all on the same side, let's talk about our recent harvests." After leaving the restaurant and avoiding everyone's line of sight, East Zhou Jelly finally stopped. She turned and looked at Qin Yu with shining eyes. How could you be so fast? As she spoke, she seemed to think of something, or perhaps it was because her words were a bit inappropriate. Her face flushed red and she hurriedly said, "What I mean is, how did you enter the land of inheritance so quickly?" Qin Yu rubbed his nose. He thought that it would have been better if she hadn't explained it, but now that she said it, it actually made him feel uncomfortable. He coughed and said, "My luck was good. I passed the test of the 3 mountains and entered." East Zhou Jelly certainly didn't believe his words. If one could enter the land of inheritance just because they were lucky, then what were you trying to say? Even if Qin Yu didn't say it, she could still guess. He was truly worthy of being the disciple of a ruler. His background was unimaginably deep. There are some things that aren't convenient to say here. Come with me first. East Zhou Jelly swept her eyes around and pulled Qin Yu along. Chapter 10:17. A moment later, in a remote courtyard, Dongzhou Chali pushed open the door and entered. In the courtyard, there was an old man who was doing carpentry. He raised his head and glanced at her. He could not help but frown. "Little Chali, he's your friend. We've agreed before that we can't bring people home as we please." East Zhou Jolly hurriedly said, "Uncle Nyo, this is a friend of mine. We only spoke a few words. He will leave soon." Uncle Nyo glanced at Qin Yu, nodded noncommittally, and continued to busy himself with his work. East Zhou Jolly glanced at Qin Yu and the two of them entered a side room. After closing the door, everything quieted down. East Zhou Jolly let out a long breath. "Luckily, my luck isn't too bad. Although Uncle Nyo looks serious, he is actually quite easy to talk to, otherwise you would never have been able to come in." Qin Yu nodded. His eyes swept around. This was a very small room. There was only a bed and there wasn't any other space. The space was narrow and a man and woman were alone. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable smell in the air. Sensing Qin Yu's silence, East Zhou Jolly's heart skipped a beat. She lightly coughed and said, "You still don't know what is going on with this city, right?" Qin Yu nodded. "After entering the city, I spent some time walking around and found some useful information, but it wasn't comprehensive." East Zhou Jolly revealed a look of appreciation. "As I thought, with your intelligence, you were able to sense that something was wrong." She paused for a moment, a solemn expression on her face. "This city is the land of inheritance of the myriad soul Tao. You should already know this. But there are many rules in this city. For instance, do not try to attack the people in this city. Otherwise, no matter how strong your cultivation is, you will suffer great misfortune. I have seen this with my own eyes, so you absolutely cannot try it. Moreover, you must be careful with the money you have in your hands. Otherwise, once you finish spending it, you will be forcefully transmitted away." Qin Yu nodded in understanding. He asked about why he hadn't obtained any inheritances after eating. "That's normal. 1 silver can order a feast that can be eaten by 10 people. But only those who pay can obtain the inheritance. You and I can only fill our stomachs." East Zhou Jelly glanced at him. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Qin Yu, you should be the first cultivator to pass the test of the 3 mountains and enter the land of inheritance. Then, in your hands," she looked at Qin Yu's expression. "If it's not convenient for you to say it, you don't have to." Qin Yu said, "You want to know about the coin in my hand." He reached into his chest and took out the golden coin. "I only have this one." Dongzhou Chali gasped, her eyes wide open. "Golden money, you actually got the golden money?" His face was filled with astonishment. Qin Yu observed her expression. Besides shock and envy, there wasn't much else. He felt a little more at ease. He and East Zhou Chali were old acquaintances. Now that he had entered the myriad soul path, it could be said that he owed her a favor. He did not wish to have a conflict with her over the golden money. Now, it seemed that this woman's temperament was not bad. What do the gold coins represent? East Zhou Chali took a deep breath. She looked deeply at him. 10 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 silver coin, but 100 silver coins can only be exchanged for 1 gold coin, but that is not the important point. The important point is that this gold coin represents the qualifications to obtain the myriad soul great Tao. She pursed her lips and continued to say, as long as you are willing, you can use this gold coin to complete any transaction in the city, and you will obtain the inheritance of the myriad soul great Tao. Your luck is far too good. After speaking, East Zhou Chali felt that something was wrong. The reason Qin Yu was able to obtain the gold coin was definitely related to him passing the test of the 3 mountains so quickly. It wasn't just luck. So it was like this. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He suddenly thought back to the runes he obtained from the 1st and 2nd mountains. After they fused together and branded themselves onto his soul, by relying on these runes, he could already obtain the inheritance of the myriad soul great Tao. Wasn't this gold coin superfluous? As his thoughts raced, he maintained his composure. I thank Miss Eastzhou for the reminder. East Zhou Chali barely managed to compose herself. She waved her hand and said, with your intelligence, you should have already realized that this gold coin is unusual, otherwise you wouldn't have hesitated so much outside the restaurant. She furrowed her eyebrows. This is a difficult matter. The gold coin cannot be exposed. If others find out about it, they will definitely try to steal it no matter the cost. Qin Yu, since you have obtained the gold coin, there is no need to delay any further. Immediately complete the transaction and obtain the inheritance of the myriad soul great Tao and then leave. Qin Yu shook his head. I entered the myriad soul Tao for other reasons. I cannot leave right now. East Zhou Chali said, then what do you plan to do next? I can help you solve the problem of eating, but what about your residence? Renting a room was cheaper than staying in an inn, but it was still a considerable expense. She still had to search for the inheritance, so she couldn't help Qin Yu solve this problem. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. I will think of another way. East Zhou Chali glanced at him. Don't think about spending the night outside. Although I don't know what the dangers are, everyone who tried to spend the night outside has already disappeared. Although I don't know where they are now, I don't think you will be curious about it. She glanced at the bed behind her. She clenched her teeth and said, wait here. I will go out for a moment. She pushed open the door. The door wasn't closed and Qin Yu could faintly hear the conversation between East Zhou Chali and the old man in the courtyard. She begged and begged, but in the end she was rejected. This seemed to touch upon some sort of bottom line of the myriad soul Tao's inheritance. Qin Yu put away the gold coin and walked into the courtyard. I appreciate Miss East Zhou's good intentions, but I will think of another way. Farewell. He turned to leave, but at this time, the old woodworker's eyes brightened. You have the gold coin in your hands? Qin Yu's complexion darkened and a cold light shined in his eyes. East Zhou Chali's face was also shaken. She clearly thought of the terrifying consequences that would follow once news of this matter spread out. Uncle Nyo didn't say anything more. As if he had determined something, he looked Qin Yu up and down several times. Then, he curled his lips and said, since that's the case, I will make an exception. You can stay here, but you must be in the same bed as that girl Littlely. I don't want to stir up trouble for myself. Thank you, Uncle Nyo, thank you, Uncle Nyo. East Zhou Chali was overjoyed. After repeatedly thanking him, she hurriedly pulled Qin Yu back to their room, as if she were afraid he would go back on his word. Closing the door, her face lit up with joy. That's great. The residence problem has been solved and you can continue to stay here. Qin Yu rubbed his nose, a bit of an obscure expression on his face. East Zhou Chali soon thought of something. She blushed and said, everything must be done in accordance with your rights and interests. I don't think fellow Taoist Qin would be so inflexible, right? Or, do you have ulterior motives towards me? Qin Yu coughed and waved his hand again and again. He thought that her words were a bit too fierce. Seeing him act like this, East Zhou Chali couldn't help but laugh inwardly. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It seemed that he really wasn't interested in her at all. Night fell. The bustling city fell into silence. Uncle Nyo had locked the courtyard doors early. After coughing several times, he returned to his room and turned off the lights. The outside world was pitch black. Sitting in the darkness, Qin Yu and East Zhou Chali simultaneously thought of what had happened. That was Uncle Nyo's reminder. To have the two of them share a bed was clearly not to make things difficult for them. In addition, the entire city was dark and there wasn't the slightest sound of movement. There was clearly something strange about this. Qin Yu took a deep breath. It was already difficult enough for East Zhou Chali to ask him to stay during the day. Now, he certainly couldn't allow her to speak of her own volition. "Miss East Zhou, we should go to bed." These words, although Qin Yu had tried his best to speak calmly and naturally, no matter how he listened to them, he felt that something was wrong. In the darkness, East Zhou Chali's face flushed red. Although she spoke in a relaxed manner, this was the first time in her life that something like this had happened. She was anxious in her heart and didn't dare to speak too much. She only lightly nodded. Inside the woman, outside the man. In the pitch-black room, they could hear each other's breathing. They were lying on a bed that couldn't be considered comfortable. Well, this had nothing to do with the bed. After all, with their cultivations, even if they were to sleep in a sea of flames or a mountain of blades, it wouldn't make a difference. This was because everything happened in their hearts. Even if Qin Yu didn't have any other thoughts towards East Zhou Chali, whether it was in the past or today, in this situation today, it was inevitable that there would be some fluctuations in his heart. This was human nature. As for East Zhou Chali, if she could really become dual cultivation companions with Qin Yu, then while she might appear reserved on the surface, she was actually filled with joy in her heart. Luckily, this awkward situation between the two didn't continue for too long. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. This extremely ordinary knocking sound spread out far and wide in the silence of the night, seeming especially clear. "Coming, coming!" It was Uncle Nyo's voice. There was a trace of restlessness in his voice. Then, the courtyard door opened, but there was only one set of footsteps. "I'm fine. You must have sensed wrongly." Uncle Nyo spoke, clearly trying to explain. But soon, things began to develop into a bad situation. A cold wind blew in, causing the windows to creak. Although it was still pitch black outside and they couldn't see anything, whether it was Qin Yu or East Zhou Chali, both of them froze. They could feel a cold intent emanating from the depths of their hearts. It was as if there was something outside the window that was approaching and peering in. Uncle Nyo's voice became dry and dry. "There is a little girl living inside. She paid rent to me, and I have already reported this to the city. My lord, what you are doing now is already a violation of the rules. She really lives alone. How could I dare to lie about something like this? My lord, please continue patrolling and don't make things difficult for this old man." Uncle Nyo was still the only one speaking. But the more he spoke, the more one couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. The existence hidden in the darkness clearly didn't believe Uncle Nyo's words. It was unknown what he did, but the cold wind blew even stronger. The windows and even the closed doors began to creak. East Zhou Chali bit her lips. She suddenly reached out and hugged Qin Yu, trying her best to shrink her entire body into his chest. "Don't move and don't speak. That thing outside has already sensed us. This is the only way we can hide from it." Her face flushed red. East Zhou Chali gathered her thoughts. It was unknown what secret technique she used, but her aura soon vanished. But at the same time, her entire body became even hotter. Qin Yu felt as if he was hugging a burning flame. This heat certainly didn't bring any trouble to Qin Yu. Rather, it made him increasingly feel the curves and curves of the jade body in his arms, as well as the astonishing elasticity. Chapter 10:18. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. In truth, he had a better method. If he released the aura of the sun and moon force field to hide himself, he should be able to hide it from the unknown existences outside. But before he could do anything, East Zhou Jolly had already hugged him. If he pushed her away now, that would make her lose face. Moreover, it would give off the impression that he had clearly taken advantage of her, and yet he still wanted to act high and mighty. He had offended her, Qin Yu thought to himself. He tried to restrain his perception so that the impact of the woman in his arms would be reduced to the minimum. The chilling wind gradually dissipated and the doors and windows stopped shaking. Uncle Nyo's voice sounded out. "My lord, look, this old man wasn't lying. There really is only one person inside. If you had forced your way in just now, you would have violated the rules of the city." It's fine. This old man certainly understands. My lord, you are doing your duty faithfully and didn't deliberately make things difficult for me. Just pretend this never happened. My lord, please take care. This old man's status is limited and it's not good for me to do anything at night, so I won't send you off. Then, the courtyard door closed and there was the sound of a lock being locked. Uncle Nyo turned back and walked to the window. He snorted, clearly dissatisfied with the two of them, but he didn't knock on the door. After returning to his room, he soon lost all signs of life. East Zhou Jolly blushed and left Qin Yu's arms. She took a deep breath and said, "It should be fine." As she thought, the following days were calm and tranquil. When the first rays of light appeared outside, the city that seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber suddenly became lively once more. There was the sound of Uncle Nyo moving around in the courtyard. Qin Yu left his bed and cupped his hands together. "I have offended you last night." East Zhou Jolly shook her head, not saying anything more. This city is incomparably mysterious, and there are many secrets hidden within it that we have never touched upon. No matter what you do next, you must be careful. Qin Yu's heart warmed. Miss East Zhou is the same. When the two of them walked out, Uncle Nyo's expression didn't look too good. When he looked at the two of them, he couldn't help but let out another cold snort. A young man and a young woman, alone in a room, sharing a bed at night. I originally thought that you would do what you were supposed to do, but I didn't expect that you would treat each other with such respect. If that lord from last night had found out, not only would you have been in trouble, but I would have suffered as well. However, although his tone wasn't good, Uncle Nyo didn't say anything. He only impatiently waved his hand and sent the two away. He actually didn't mention the matter of Qin Yu being driven away. This was indeed a bit beyond their expectations. After leaving the courtyard, Dong Zhou Chali said, "Since he won't chase you away, you can continue to stay here. After all, it's very difficult to find a place to stay in the city." Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. He didn't try to be pretentious. After all, time was precious and he didn't want to waste it on finding a place to stay. Unsurprisingly, that abyssal creature was currently in the city, but what exactly was it doing? And there was also last night the hidden patrol in the darkness. Although Qin Yu didn't see their appearance, he could feel a trace of dread from the chilling winds. This city was clearly not as simple as what they had seen during the day. The two of them didn't say anything else. After agreeing to return before nightfall, they turned around and left. The reason they entered the inheritance ground was to obtain the myriad soul paths inheritance. Every day they stayed in the city, they would have to spend money on food, drink, and lodging. There was a limit to how much money they had on them. Naturally, none of them could afford to waste time. As Qin Yu walked down the street, his eyes constantly swept around. Along the way, he saw many cultivators that had come from the outside world like him. But it was clear that in this strange city, everyone was afraid of each other. Unless they knew each other, even if they saw each other, they would only glance at each other before leaving, without any intention of communicating. Everyone had money in their hands, and every single piece of money in the city represented an opportunity. If they said that they didn't have any sinister thoughts, then they would absolutely be deceiving themselves. It was only because they had misgivings in their hearts that they restrained themselves from making a move. Thus, it was best to stay a bit further away so that they wouldn't be afraid of each other. The city wasn't too large to begin with. Even though Qin Yu walked slowly, after 4 hours he had walked through almost every corner of the city. Now, he was standing deep in an alley in the southern part of the city, outside a common-looking private school. The reason he knew this was a private school was because, besides the typical black tiles and white walls, as well as the plaque hanging at the entrance, there was also the sound of books being read from within. Qin Yu quietly listened for a moment. Seeing that the door to the private school was open, he hesitated for a moment and then walked in. The door wasn't large, but the inside of the private school seemed to contain its own universe. Looking at its size, it wrapped around 4 or 5 surrounding courtyards, all of which had been torn down. In addition to the 2 neat rows of study rooms, there was actually a decent-sized garden. There was a pond built in the garden, and it was unknown where the water came from. Koi carps were swimming in the pond, and they were sparkling in red and gold. It was quite beautiful. Qin Yu looked around, his expression casual. Deep in his eyes, he covered up the dark golden light that flashed. Finally, his eyes fell on a teacher in the private school who was currently teaching a class. He wore white robes and his appearance was light. Every movement he made was filled with a scholarly charm that only a scholar would have. As Qin Yu looked at him, the teacher also happened to look at him. When their eyes met, the teacher frowned but didn't say anything. After teaching for some more time and instructing the students to review the material themselves, the teacher pushed open the door and walked in front of Qin Yu. He said, "This is a lecture hall, a place for students to study. There is nothing here that you are looking for and we do not provide trading services. Please leave." Qin Yu apologized. He cupped his hands across his chest and turned to leave. But after taking several steps, he turned back. "Mister, I wonder if you are willing to sell the book in your hands?" The teacher's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "The Book of Sages records the words of sages. How can it be traded?" Qin Yu smiled and bid his farewells. After leaving the private school, he turned his head and looked behind him. A dark golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes once more. Before night fell, Qin Yu returned to the small courtyard. He waited at the entrance for a moment before seeing East Zhou Jili rush back. Her face was tired, as if she were exhausted. When she smiled at Qin Yu, it was clear that she was forced. Qin Yu asked. East Zhou Jili didn't reply. Seeing this, he changed the subject. After exchanging a few words, the two of them went to bed. It was still a man on the outside and a woman on the inside. But this night, no one came to patrol. Qin Yu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then, he discovered that there was a faint trace of disappointment in his heart. This discovery left him stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. As expected, he was just an ordinary man. The night passed without words. The next day, after leaving, everyone went their separate ways. Qin Yu didn't stay. He went straight to the same private school as yesterday. The doors were still open, and when he arrived, several cultivators were leaving. Their complexions weren't too good, as if they had been given the cold shoulder inside. The one who had driven these people out was the one that Qin Yu had seen yesterday. It was the distant and lofty Mr. Let's go, let's go. There really isn't any chance here. They're just a bunch of pitiful things born from the myriad soul Tao. They actually dare to drive us away. Why lower yourself to the level of a bunch of dead things? As the several people spoke, they quickly left. Their eyes swept over Qin Yu before looking away. They were sure that they had already investigated the entire private school and every possible place. Since they hadn't found anything, then this place really didn't have any value. In their eyes, Qin Yu coming here by himself was just a waste of time. Of course, no one knew who he was, so there was no need to remind him. They might as well let this boy run into the cold shoulder. Reality proved that their guesses were correct. Chin Yu had indeed run into the cold shoulder. As the teacher saw him, his eyebrows arched up. When his eyebrows weren't arched, his facial features were plain and unremarkable. But now that he was a bit angry, he actually seemed a bit more heroic. Those two not-so-pretty eyebrows were actually like two small swords that could fly out at any moment. It was a sight that left one's hair standing on end. Why did you come here again? The academy is a pure land, a place where children study. If you want to play around, then go somewhere else. Chin Yu carefully looked at him. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Mister, I came here to study. The teacher coldly snorted. He pointed a finger at the door. Please take a good look. This is a private school for young children. It doesn't teach adults. Put away your thoughts and hurry up and leave. It seemed that he had already been prepared for this trick. Chin Yu smiled. It is said that there is no seniority in learning and that there is no difference in education. Since I sincerely came to study, how could Mr. refuse me? Sophistry is useless. If you don't want to leave, then just stay here and waste your time. The teacher turned and left. Chin Yu rubbed his nose. Indeed, the stories that were written in novels where the protagonist's words were sharp and they were immediately appreciated couldn't be trusted. He took several steps forwards and entered the private school. As the teacher angrily turned his head, Chin Yu reached out his hand and opened his fingers, revealing a golden coin. I wonder if I can go to school with this thing? The teacher's complexion changed. He looked at the golden coin and said in a low voice, Since you have this, why don't you hurry up and leave? Why stay here? Chin Yu said, I have my own reasons. Put it away. I don't want the quiet and tranquil land of this private school to be ruined by you outsiders. He turned and left. Chin Yu put away the golden coin and cupped his hands together. Thank you, mister. As he thought, this thing was useful. When Uncle Nyo's attitude changed, Chin Yu had already sensed it. Moreover, it seemed that the natives of the city couldn't reveal the matter of the golden coin to outsiders. Otherwise, after a day passed, there wouldn't be any news of the golden coin appearing in the city. It was because of this that Chin Yu dared to take a risk and take it out. It actually worked. A moment later, Chin Yu took out a book and was driven out. According to the teacher's words, it was already impossible for him to stay and study because of his golden money. Chin Yu straightforwardly bid his farewells and left. Even if he were to stay, he couldn't. Otherwise, they would all return empty-handed, and yet he could stay. There had to be some other reason. At this time, it was best not to attract too much attention. As Chin Yu took the book and left the private school, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. His complexion changed and he turned around, but he didn't discover anything wrong. But that feeling just now, an abyssal life form. There was no mistake, it had to be him. Chin Yu never imagined that after walking for an entire day yesterday without any results, he would actually run into this abyssal life form outside the private school. Or, could it be that this abyssal life form had always been paying attention to this place? As he thought, there was definitely something hidden within this private school. Chapter 10:19. But now wasn't the time to worry about these things. If he was targeted by an abyssal creature hiding in the dark, would there be a good ending? Thinking of this, Chin Yu's heart tightened and his face darkened. But the following day was calm and tranquil, without anything happening at all. Chin Yu couldn't help but wonder if his senses had been wrong. Before night fell, outside a remote courtyard, Chin Yu looked at East Zhou Jolly. The weariness on her face was even heavier and her eyes were bloodshot. From the looks of it, did she encounter some problem? But she still didn't say anything. After entering the room, she took out a steamed bun and gave it to Chin Yu. You should be hungry again, right? This steamed bun is for you. Her smile was a bit difficult, but she didn't hesitate at all. It was clear she really didn't want Chin Yu to interfere in her matters. Perhaps there was another reason for this. Qin Yu ate the steamed bun, his eyes flashing. He didn't say anything. Night arrived as expected. Darkness covered the city and everything fell silent, without the least bit of sound coming out. But this night was doomed to not be peaceful. There was a knock on the door in the darkness. Soon, there was movement in the courtyard. Uncle Nyo stood up and opened the door. He forced a smile. "My lord, why have you come again? Didn't I say before that this old man has no problems here? If you continue like this, it will affect my guest." Jolly opened her eyes. Her body moved and like a soft snake, she drilled into Qin Yu's chest. Thinking from experience, her movements were much faster. She quickly adjusted her angle and completely restrained her aura. But this time, the situation had clearly gone beyond her control. There was a stuffy cough in the courtyard. Although it was very light, Qin Yu could still feel the shock and disbelief contained within. Then, Uncle Nyo's voice completely vanished. What followed was a light chewing sound, but in the deathly silence of the night, it was especially clear. Between his nose and mouth, he could faintly smell the thick scent of blood. In his arms, Jolly stiffened. It was clear that even after restraining her aura, she still retained her outstanding perception. In the darkness, a sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He looked out the window. Although it was pitch black, he could clearly feel a pair of icy cold eyes locking onto him. As he thought, the tranquility of the day didn't mean anything. That abyssal creature had made its move. The only good news was that it wasn't his true self that came. It seemed that he had many scruples in the dark. But there was another problem. This abyssal creature was actually able to command the night patrols of this city to work for him. Just this point alone, if one thought about it carefully, one's heart would subconsciously turn cold. It was quiet outside the courtyard and inside the house. The air became sticky and cold, as if the whole place was about to freeze. But this peace would eventually be broken. Qin Yu patted East Zhou Jelly, pushed her away from his arms, and got off the bed. The moment his feet touched the ground, the tightly shut door was violently pushed open. The darkness was still darkness, but at this moment, Dongzhou Jelly could clearly sense that in this pure darkness, there was an icy aura that surged towards her and completely drowned her. She was completely frozen. Besides her thoughts, she couldn't even move a finger. Within Qin Yu's soul space, the sun and moon force field spread out, wrapping around him. The cold energy that invaded his body was quickly melted away by his tumbling blood. His body stiffened for a moment before he regained his freedom. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the door. East Zhou Jelly was in the room. He hoped that she would be drawn into this slaughter. Moreover, when enemies met on a narrow road, the courageous would win. The fact that he could resist the invasion of cold energy should have surpassed the city patrol's expectations. He had to seize the opportunity to widen the advantage he had at this moment while the other party was unprepared. The sun and moon force field swept out. Qin Yu closed his eyes, but he was still able to catch a glimpse of that invisible figure hidden in the darkness. Without hesitation, he punched out. The figure on the other side clearly slowed down. The city patrol that was just about to push open the door to enter clearly didn't expect to encounter such a violent counterattack. He lifted a hand and cold energy crazily gathered. But at this time, Qin Yu's fist had already fallen. The moment he touched the cold energy, Qin Yu didn't need to stimulate it at all. Hidden within his body, the strength that belonged to the jade embryo egg seemed to sense the aura of its natural enemy and howled outwards. At this moment, a trace of light appeared in the darkness. It was weak, but in the pitch-black darkness, it was enough to illuminate the narrow space between the two people. Qin Yu finally saw the city patrol that was hiding in the darkness. This person had the face of an ordinary and slightly solemn old man. There was still blood at the corners of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean after he chewed on it. But at this moment, what shocked Qin Yu the most was that this person was the master of this small courtyard, Uncle Nyo. Before he could think about what was happening, the cold energy beneath his fist seemed to be exposed to the scorching sun, instantly dissipating. Qin Yu could clearly feel that although the strength of his fist had caused the guard's chest to cave in and many of his ribs to break, it hadn't caused any substantial damage to him. It was as if this degree of injury could be healed with a mere thought by the patrolman who had fused into the darkness and was covered in the power of cold energy. But now, what Qin Yu erupted with wasn't just his own strength, but also the attack of the jade embryo egg. Like a raging tide of lava, it flowed through the wound that Qin Yu had caused, tearing through the guard's body as if it were rotten wood. Wherever it went, it burned away everything, leaving not the least bit of life behind. A pained roar sounded out from the other side. The face that was completely the same as Uncle Nyo's twisted in pain. In the next moment, flames appeared, wrapping around his entire body. Then, they were extinguished in a breath of time. The one wrapped up in the darkness, the one who had caused East Zhou Jelly to lose all ability to resist just by appearing, the extremely dangerous and terrifying night patrol guard, had already been burnt to ashes. His entire body fell to the ground. He had died. Let alone the patrol guard, even Qin Yu who had killed him was left dumbfounded. This was because this process had been far too simple. The other party had pushed open the door and he had stormed forwards, punched out, and then the battle had ended. Only the heavens knew that when Qin Yu pushed East Zhou Jelly away from his chest and attacked on his own initiative, he had already prepared himself for a bitter battle. Otherwise, why would he have worried that the shockwaves of the battle would draw in East Zhou Jelly and harm her? The strength of the jade embryo egg, ever since he had refined it into his body, this was the second time that it had erupted on its own initiative without Qin Yu's control. The first time was when he had killed the abyssal life form, and now was the second time. Basically, Qin Yu could confirm that the night patrol guard that attacked the night patrol guard was acting according to the will of the abyssal life form. And the strength of the jade embryo egg had erupted on its own initiative once more. Moreover, it had caused a terrifying amount of damage to the night patrol guard. Did this mean that the night patrol guard's body had already been mixed with the strength of the abyssal? In other words, this inherited city of the myriad soul Tao had already been corroded by the strength of the abyssal. If this was true, then even if he killed the night patrol guard tonight, that would only be the beginning of the horror. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's complexion became increasingly dignified. He looked up at the pitch-black courtyard where he couldn't even see his fingers. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He could feel an endless cold threat. He didn't close the courtyard door. Instead, he took a step back and closed the door. Although the cold feeling was still there, it was as if it had been shielded outside. He immediately felt much more relaxed. He turned and retreated to the bedside. Qin Yu grabbed East Zhou Jelly's hand. As he felt the bone-chilling cold, he frowned. Hesitation flashed in his eyes. Qin Yu turned and climbed onto the bed. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." He stretched out his arms and embraced her frozen body. His heart began to beat vigorously in his chest, and his qi and blood surged, releasing warmth and wrapping around her. An hour later, Qin Yu heard a long exhale in his ears. "How do you feel?" I'm fine." East Zhou Jelly's voice trembled. She had been corroded by the cold and her thoughts had become increasingly sluggish. There was nothing she could do about it. She even thought that she would die here and now. Now, as she leaned against Qin Yu's chest and felt the warmth released from his body, she actually wanted to cry. After experiencing the torment of life and death, she could clearly feel just how precious life was. "Qin Yu, thank you for saving me." After a brief silence, Qin Yu revealed an apologetic expression. He said in a soft voice, "If I'm not wrong, he came for me. You encountered this matter because of me. I have a premonition that this is only the beginning. Tomorrow I will find another place to stay. Don't speak any more and hurry up and recover." Then, everything calmed down. When the dark night retreated, the deathly silent city was once more filled with noise. Qin Yu loosened his grip and left the bed. East Zhou Jelly sat up, her complexion still a bit pale. "You're leaving now?" Qin Yu didn't explain further. He thought for a moment and said, "The land of inheritance of the myriad soul Tao is filled with unknown dangers. If possible, you should leave as soon as possible." East Zhou Jelly's eyes revealed a struggle. But soon, she took a deep breath. "All right, I'll listen to you." The events of these past 2 days had left her exhausted. In addition to the sudden attack from the patrolling guards last night, she finally decided to leave. Although she hadn't obtained the myriad soul great Tao that she wanted the most, entering the myriad soul Tao this time could still be considered a great harvest. One had to understand how to be content with what they had. Those who were insatiably greedy often had a bad ending. Qin Yu nodded. Just as he was about to push open the door and leave, he frowned. Surprise flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the voices of several people came from outside the courtyard. "East Zhou Jelly lives here?" a woman asked. Another person said, "That's right, I saw her go in with my own eyes." "Why is the door open? Go in and see if she's still here." On the bed, East Zhou Jelly's complexion changed. She glanced at Qin Yu, a nervous expression on her face. "My friend is here. You absolutely cannot come out." She got off the bed, straightened her clothes, pushed open the door, and walked out. "Miss Yun, fellow Taoists, why have you come looking for me so early in the morning?" East Zhou Jelly's eyes swept around. Behind them were 2 black-robed figures. She frowned. Cloud Phoenix revealed a relaxed expression. She smiled and said, "Miss East Zhou, our time is precious, so let's not waste time. The reason I came here today is because of yesterday's matter. I wonder if Miss East Zhou has considered it?" East Zhou Jelly's frown deepened. "I already replied to you yesterday. I will not trade silver money." Cloud Phoenix lightly said, "Miss East Zhou, we can be considered friends. I hope you can consider this carefully and don't make things difficult for us." "Miss Yun, I am not making things difficult for you, but I do not wish to speak further. If there is nothing else, then please leave." East Zhou Jelly revealed an angry expression. Chapter 10:20. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Eastern Zhou Chali, since we are here, you have no right to refuse. Another cultivator had an unfriendly expression. "Hand over the silver money, and our previous agreement remains unchanged. Otherwise, Miss Eastern Zhou, don't regret it." Eastern Zhou Chali, a wise man is a wise man. Don't make a mistake. The faces of the people opposite her turned cold. Eastern Zhou Chali said coldly, "If I don't agree, will you try to rob me? Don't forget what this place is." He would feel hungry and would have to eat. At night, he would have to find a place to stay away from the darkness. But the cultivators who entered the city still had their own strength. Once there was a conflict, it would definitely affect the surrounding area. And in this city, once the original residents were affected, they would be suppressed by the city guards. Because of this, the city was still quiet after a few days. There were no fights or killings between foreign cultivators. Yunfeng glanced at her with a trace of pity in her indifferent eyes, as if pitying her ignorance. Turning around, she saw 2 figures hidden under black robes. She could only tell that they were a man and a woman. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Sirs, East Zhou Chali isn't willing to cooperate. I'll have to trouble you." There was a moment of silence under the black robes. Then the man said in a low voice, "Okay." He raised his hand and 2 figures flashed out. Judging from their clothes, they were the guards who maintained order in the city during the day. "I have some private matters to deal with. Please ask the surrounding residents to leave for now." The 2 guards cupped their hands and left in different directions. They knocked on the courtyard doors along the street and took the people away. Hearing the movements around her, Eastern Zhou Chali's face paled. She looked at the 2 black-robed people in shock. They could actually control the guards in the city. Although it was not the first time Yunfeng had seen this, she was still shocked. She didn't know who these two lords were, but they had promised that as long as they collected enough silver, they would repay them. Yunfeng didn't doubt this at all. Her tone became even more respectful. "I'm sorry to trouble you two lords." She turned to look at Eastern Zhou Chali. Her eyes were filled with pity and mockery. How could a woman from a remote place know the true secrets of this world? Before the myriad soul path opened, they had already locked onto the inheritance that they were about to obtain. But the premise of all this was that they had to satisfy the two lords first. So they had to get the money from Dongzhou Jiali. "Miss Eastern Zhou, hand over the money. I will save your last bit of face." East Zhou Chali's face turned even paler. At this moment, the woman in the black robe suddenly said, "There's another person in the room." Yunfeng's eyes were sharp. "Who's inside? Come out." Dongzhou Jiali raised her head abruptly. "I will give you all the money. Please leave immediately." Looks like Miss Eastern Zhou is very concerned about the people in the room. I'll have to take a look then. Come out, or we'll have to personally invite you out." With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open from the inside. Qin Yu stepped out, his eyes sweeping over the other side. When his gaze fell on the two black-robed men, his eyes flickered, and a dark golden light flashed. "It's you!" As they exclaimed, the faces of the people on the other side revealed expressions of shock. On that day, East Zhou Jiali had invited Qin Yu to dine with them. Although they hadn't interacted much, it had only been several days, so they still clearly remembered each other. Yunfeng's eyes flashed. "It seems that we have some fate with this fellow Taoist. Miss Eastern Zhou, won't you introduce us?" The first time they met, she had felt something unusual about Qin Yu. Now that they met again, that feeling was even more intense. In addition to how East Zhou Jiali had protected him, Yunfeng narrowed her eyes. Seemed like there was something wrong with this person. Just as East Zhou Jiali was about to say something, she was interrupted by Qin Yu. He stood in front of her and said, "My name is Qin Yu. I am Miss Eastern Zhou's friend." "Friend? Haha, a single man and a single woman sleeping in the same room at night and sleeping in the same bed, that must be very good friends." A cultivator clenched his teeth, a cold light surging in his eyes. It couldn't be denied that East Zhou Jiali was an extremely beautiful woman. Although he looked down on her background, Jiang Yuanyi was still interested in her as a person. But unfortunately, East Zhou Jiali didn't respond to his subtle hints at all. Jiang Yuanyi was secretly annoyed by this. Now that he saw Qin Yu come out from her room, the evil fire in his heart began to burn even brighter. "You ignore me and keep this pretty boy in your room. East Zhou Jiali, you are really good." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuanyi was about to speak again when Qin Yu's eyes fell on him. Although Qin Yu's eyes were calm and without much fluctuation, he didn't know why, but his heart chilled and the vulgar words he was about to say were forcefully swallowed back down. Qin Yu glanced at Jiang Yuanyi and then didn't bother with him. His eyes passed over the aggressive woman Yunfeng and fell onto the two black-robed people behind them. The corners of his lips curled up in a mocking smile, a bit of coldness in his eyes. "You two, for better or worse, you and I can be considered old friends. Do you plan on continuing to remain silent?" After regaining his composure, the secretly annoyed Jiang Yuanyi, as well as the indifferent Yunfeng and the others, all of their complexions changed. Hearing these words, Qin Yu actually recognized the two lords beneath the black robes? Although they didn't know if this was true or false, they still chose to shut up. There was silence in the air. Qin Yu's lips curved up even more. "What? You two hope that I will personally pull off your black robes and then recognize you? Or?" He swept his eyes over the people in front of him, his eyes filled with disdain. "Do you think these people can stop me?" Yunfeng and the others held their breath. Even if they guessed that Qin Yu might be acquainted with the two black-robed lords, hearing these words still made Yunfeng and the others angry. They thought, "How arrogant are you? How preposterous! Each of them had a great background. When it came to nobility, they were far above East Zhojiali. Because of this, when they stole her money, they weren't worried that it would bring trouble to themselves. These people were tyrannical to begin with. In addition to their various hidden cards, if they joined hands to fight, even an original God Realm expert wouldn't be afraid. However, as time passed in silence, the annoyance in Yunfeng and the others' eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by restlessness, because under the black robes, the two lords were silent. It was like they tacitly agreed with Qin Yu's words. In other words, in the eyes of the two black-robed lords, even if they joined hands, they might not be Qin Yu's match. How was this possible? Yunfeng, Jiang Yuanyi, and the others looked at Qin Yu with awe in their eyes. In this world, only the strong couldn't be offended. Finally, a voice sounded out from under the black robes. Qin Yu, you are strong, but so what if you can defeat them? What we control now is a strength that you can't even imagine. As the voice fell, the two city guards walked over. Their icy cold eyes locked onto Qin Yu, revealing a threatening expression. Anyone that dares to offend the Lord will be severely punished. With a loud shout, the auras of the two guards erupted. They weren't too strong, at least they weren't. But the auras of these two people seemed to be one with the entire city. Once they clashed with them, what awaited them would be the suppression of the entire city. Qin Yu was expressionless. With a thought, the sun and moon force field erupted, wrapping around him and the two city guards. In the next moment, the aura of the jade embryo egg's strength broke out from his body. The complexions of the two city guards changed. Their icy cold eyes revealed fear. At this moment, they could feel the threat of death coming from Qin Yu. Not just that, but they also had an impulse to kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness, as if the one they had offended was a truly great person. Shua. The sun and moon force field was retracted and the aura of the jade embryo egg vanished with it. The entire process lasted for less than a breath of time. To the outside, it seemed as if Qin Yu had looked up and glanced at the two city guards. It was just that simple. However, it was this gaze that caused the expressions of the two city guards to change greatly. Their faces were filled with unconcealable fear, and even a trace of reverence. Today is a private matter between me and them. I hope that you will not interfere. Qin Yu lightly said. Without hesitation, the two city guards bowed. Yes, thank you for forgiving the two of us. Farewell. After speaking, the two respectfully bowed and left without looking back. From beneath the black robes, a man's angry roar echoed out. But this didn't cause the two guards to stop. Instead, their footsteps quickened. This scene caused the air to fall deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened. As they looked at Qin Yu, a deep awe appeared in their eyes. How did he do this? East Zhojiali thought to herself. Was this the true strength of a ruler's disciple? Gulp, Jiang Yuanyi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He suddenly felt that swallowing the words that had been on the tip of his tongue had been the right decision. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He lightly said, I think we can have a good talk now. This time, no one doubted that Qin Yu had the qualifications to direct matters. Silence reigned. Cough. There was a light cough from beneath the black robes. Then, a deep and low voice sounded out, Qin Yu, there is no grudge between us to begin with. From now on, well water does not interfere with river water. We bid our farewells here. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Yunfeng and the others were stunned. They thought, were these two lords going to admit defeat? Just who was this Qin Yu? He was actually so terrifying. Hold on. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, a trace of impatience in his voice. I don't think you heard what I said. Did I say you could leave? There was another awkward silence, one filled with an awkward awkwardness. It was impossible to see the expressions of the two people beneath the black robes. But, from their stiff bodies and the slight trembling of their clothes, it seemed that they weren't in a good state. What do you want? The woman beneath the black robes spoke for the first time. Qin Yu said, East Zhojiali is my friend. You have affected her mood today, so you must compensate her. For instance, some silver would be a good choice. Of course. Don't worry, this is only the first point. In addition, I hope that we can find a quiet place to talk, because there are some things that I hope I can obtain your answers to. Qin Yu. The woman's voice was filled with anger. Don't go too far. Qin Yu said, you can refuse. Fine, refuse? Although she really wanted to refuse, she knew that if she did, the consequences wouldn't be too wonderful. Just how did this Qin Yu accomplish this? He was actually able to intimidate all living beings in this city. If he didn't do this, how could they be controlled? Alright. I am also a bit curious about fellow Taoist Qin Yu. The black-robed man agreed to everything. East Zhou Jolly received 10 silver coins from Yunfeng, Jiang Yuanyi, and the others. Although their complexions were ugly, they didn't dare to disobey the orders of the 2 black-robed men. This was because they weren't Qin Yu. Miss East Zhou, remember what I just said to you. Let's go. Qin Yu said in a soft voice. East Zhou Jolly bit her lips. She deeply looked at him and said, be careful. She turned and left, soon vanishing into the stream of people. Now that Qin Yu had said that this city was dangerous, she was even more convinced. But even Qin Yu had been attacked. It seemed that even though he was strong and possessed inconceivable and mysterious abilities, he still couldn't sit back and relax here. She hoped that he would be careful and nothing would happen to him. Chapter 10:21. Qin Yu didn't know that he had harvested the blessings of East Zhou Jolly from the bottom of his heart. He looked away and said, you too, although this courtyard is very quiet right now, I think it's best if we change places as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we provoke some other trouble, don't blame me for not warning you. Last night's patrol guard had been killed and the abyssal life forms must have sensed it. It was highly likely that they would come to investigate today. Although they didn't know what Qin Yu meant by his words, the complexions of the 2 black-robed people changed. Through some hidden connection with the city beneath their feet, they both felt their hearts turn cold. The black-robed man looked deeply at Qin Yu and said, if that's the case, then I ask fellow Taoist Qin Yu to come with us. The group quickly left. After a moment, they entered another courtyard. Whether it was the scale of the buildings or the living environment, it was far, far better than Qin Yu and East Zhou Jolly's residence. The black-robed man waved his hand. Yunfeng and the others respectfully bowed and stayed outside. But looking at their eyes, it was clear they were curious as to what the 2 sides would say next. They entered the hall and sat down. As the 2 black-robed people looked at him, Qin Yu lightly said, I think fellow Taoists Xia Chun and Taiping should be curious as to how I determined your identities. The 2 people across from him shook. They pulled down their black robes. They were the 2 people Qin Yu was talking about. Indeed, our auras have been completely isolated. With fellow Taoist Qin Yu's cultivation, he shouldn't have been able to see through us. Qin Yu said, one's cultivation cannot be simply limited. For instance, fellow Taoist Qin Yu, in terms of cultivation, you can only be considered ordinary in this city. Compared to those outside the courtyard, there is a considerable disparity. But you too are able to order them around and even cause them to revere you, isn't that right? Xia Chun smiled. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu is right. He paused for a moment, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. But now, let's get down to business. I wonder what fellow Taoist Qin Yu would like to ask? Qin Yu said, there are many things. For instance, fellow Taoists, why did you appear here? I apologize, perhaps my question is a bit too direct, but with your strength, you shouldn't be able to pass the test of the 3 mountains. What fellow Taoist Qin Yu says is correct. In terms of strength, we are indeed inferior to fellow Taoist, but passing the test of the 3 mountains involves some secrets, so it's not convenient for me to tell you the truth. Xia Chun awkwardly said. Qin Yu nodded. I understand. Then, let me change the question. Fellow Taoists, why did you bring people here to steal the silver? This matter is not very convenient. No problem. Qin Yu lifted a finger. I've always been a very easy person to talk to. Then, let's change to the third question. How do you control the city guards? Before Xia Chun opened his mouth, he smiled and said, just because I'm easy to talk to doesn't mean I won't get angry. As the saying goes, you can't do it more than 3 times. If you still use the excuse that it's not easy to talk to me or that it involves secrets, you'll all lose face. Taoist priestess Tai Ping lowered her voice. Qin Yu, we aren't lying to you. Regarding these matters, we have all sworn a blood oath that if we dare to reveal even the slightest bit of it, we will die without a grave. Forcing us to speak is the same as forcing us to die. Qin Yu remained expressionless, unmoved in the least. You made a bloodline oath and didn't dare to speak, but aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Or do you think that I can't kill you, or that I don't dare to kill you? The temperature in the air suddenly fell. Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Tai Ping's complexions changed. If they could express their emotions, they would definitely be roaring out loud. Qin Yu, don't go too far. But Qin Yu was bullying them, and he didn't leave them any leeway. He was clearly using his strength to suppress them. If they didn't tell him the answer, then he would teach them a lesson. The 2 people across from him had gloomy and uncertain expressions. Fear and anger weaved in their eyes. If it weren't for them fearing Qin Yu's cultivation, they would have already attacked him. But before this, the scene of Qin Yu rushing through the test of the 3 mountains had left a tremendous impact on them. Because they had rushed in, they were even more aware of just how terrifying the test of the 3 mountains was. It had to be known that even though the 2 of them had used a secret technique and joined forces, they still felt it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And Qin Yu was just one person. Qin Yu saw their expressions from the corner of his eyes. He suddenly lifted a hand and pointed a finger forward. Ripples spread out, covering them within. Don't be nervous, this is just a minor technique. It can isolate us from the outside world. What you say here might not trigger the bloodline oath you made. Taoist priestess Tai Ping coldly sneered. She thought that Qin Yu was underestimating the power of the oath they made. But soon, her complexion changed. The chair was still the same chair. Its position hadn't changed at all. She could even see through the invisible fluctuations and see what was happening outside. But because of the existence of these fluctuations, her sense was completely compressed and confined to a narrow range. They no longer had any perception of the outside world. In fact, their connection with the city had disappeared. How was this possible? If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. But Qin Yu had done it, and he had done it with incomparable ease. He had only lifted a hand and gently pointed forward. Then, invisible fluctuations covered them, isolating them from the outside world. How was this possible? Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Tai Ping groaned inwardly. As they looked at Qin Yu, they couldn't help but reveal even more fear and awe. The unknown often meant terror, and in their eyes, Qin Yu was an existence covered in a dense fog. Couldn't kill them, or didn't dare to kill them. Of course, that didn't exist. With Qin Yu's current methods, he could quietly kill them without causing any trouble for himself. If they could think of this, then Qin Yu was even more aware of it. The strength he revealed at this moment should be the final warning. If they spoke, then perhaps they would be fine. But if they didn't speak, then all that awaited them was death. Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Tai Ping glanced at each other. They could see the fear in each other's hearts, as well as the bitterness and helplessness. Facing such a Qin Yu, they simply didn't have the ability to struggle or resist. Taking a deep breath, Xia Chun said, "We can answer your questions, but you must swear that you won't tell anyone. Otherwise, even if you kill us, we won't say half a word." Qin Yu nodded. "I agree. Please, if you agree so casually, we won't have any confidence. Moreover, you haven't even sworn an oath." But looking at Qin Yu's calm expression, whether it was Xia Chun or Taoist priestess Tai Ping, Neither of them had any thoughts of making him swear an oath. They were afraid that he would fall out with them. Anyway, as long as Qin Yu had a brain, he wouldn't casually spread this matter. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his background was, he would still be in big trouble. Xia Chun glanced at Taoist priestess Taiping and took a deep breath. I'll speak first. From this glance, Qin Yu read the word true love. He didn't see that there were sparks between the two of them. The first person to speak was obviously going to test whether Qin Yu's isolation from the outside world really worked. Taoist priestess Taiping. Just from her name, one could tell that she wasn't very emotional. But Xia Chun's taste was very light, which matched his name quite well. Some messy thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind, but he instantly restrained himself. He stretched out his hand and said, "Please." Xia Chun said, "Let's answer the first question first. Taiping and I are indeed not strong enough to pass the test of the 3 mountains, but we have a secret method. When we join forces, we can offset most of the power of the first and second mountains, so we can endure it. We can't tell you about this secret method, but we can let you know that the reason we can grasp this secret method is because our ancestors contributed to the construction of the myriad soul path." He clenched his teeth as he spoke, a trace of nervousness on his face. Taiping subconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. But nothing terrifying happened. Whether it was this space or the outside world, they both remained calm and unperturbed. Xia Chun let out a deep breath and patted Taoist priestess Taiping's hand. It was clear that Qin Yu was right. His method could really isolate the connection between them and the outside world, and even block out the bloodline oath. Qin Yu's strength was simply terrifying. You mean to say that when your ancestors built the Myriad Soul Road, they left behind some unknown method that allowed you to come here, and it is also because of this that you are able to control the city guards? Qin Yu asked with a frown. That's right. Xia Chun nodded. Of course, what you say isn't completely correct. Although our ancestors left behind some method, it absolutely isn't that formidable. Otherwise, after all these years, the opening of the Myriad Soul Path and the actions of our 2 races would have long since been known by others. Over the countless years, with the efforts of dozens of generations, including me and Taiping, we have only managed to activate the method our ancestors left behind twice. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The reason you are collecting silver coins should be to obtain something from the Myriad Soul Path, right? Taoist priestess Taiping said, "That's right." She glanced at Xia Chun. "Since we can't hide it from fellow Taoist Qin Yu, how about we speak frankly? Perhaps there might be a chance for us to cooperate." Xia Chun's eyes brightened. "Cooperate?" He looked at Qin Yu, a flash of hesitation in his eyes that soon turned to firm determination. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, you are indeed strong, but if it weren't for me and Taiping, you would never have been able to come into contact with this city's greatest hidden treasure. Now, as long as you are willing, we can join forces and obtain an unimaginable good fortune." Taoist Taiping said, "That's right. I believe, fellow Taoist Qin Yu. Since you can deter the living beings in this city, perhaps you can even give us additional help in this matter." Qin Yu frowned, interrupting the 2 of them. "Let me make things clear first. I haven't agreed to cooperate with you yet." Xia Chun stood up. He lifted a foot and stepped on the ground. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, do you know the origin of this city we are in right now?" He sucked in a deep breath and subconsciously lowered his voice. "There is a peerless evil devil suppressed beneath this city. It is because the Grand Array formation is constantly drawing out this evil devil's source strength that the illusory realm is turned into reality. This city and all the living beings within this city, all of them are part of the illusory realm. Of course, calling it an illusion isn't the right way to put it, because right now, this city truly exists. What we need to do is open a channel and directly draw out this city's source strength. If we succeed, both you and I will obtain an inconceivable good fortune. Compared to this, The so-called inheritance of the myriad soul path is nothing at all. That's because the 10,000 soul Tao is a kind of inheritance that has evolved from this source. Qin Yu was expressionless. Although his heart was shaken, he certainly wouldn't completely believe Xia Chun's words. But when he heard Xia Chun say that there was a peerless evil demon suppressed beneath the city, his heart began to race. Then, an instinctive thought appeared in his mind. The evil demon Xia Chun spoke of was an incomparably terrifying abyssal life form. If this was true, then the abyssal life form he killed before as well as the abyssal life form that infiltrated this city could be explained. There must be a problem with the abyssal life form that was suppressed here, causing the abyssal strength to leak out and corrode the city. Thus, the night guard last night had been controlled by the abyssal life form. If this was true, then if he could obtain the source strength that Xia Chun spoke of, then he might be able to truly control the foundation of the myriad soul path. At that time, he would naturally be able to think of a way to unravel it. Sparks exploded in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. He locked his eyes on the two and slowly said, "Why should I believe you too?" Taoist priestess Taiping flipped her hand and a green branch appeared in her palm. On this branch hung 3 bright red fruit. This fruit is called the heartlink fruit. After dripping a drop of blood on it and eating it, the 3 fruits will be connected for a month. It will be impossible for them to have any thoughts of harming one another, otherwise they will suffer a backlash. If fellow Taoist Qin Yu doesn't feel assured, then the 3 of us can each eat one and feel assured. To tell the truth, Xia Chun and I are even more worried about fellow Taoist Qin Yu. After all, with your strength, if you were to ruthlessly turn against us after you succeed, we wouldn't be able to resist at all. This was the first time he had even heard of the heartlink fruit, so it was naturally impossible for him to have seen it before. But at this time, the stone pagoda's thoughts fluctuated in Qin Yu's mind. The fruits are real. Agree to them. This fellow had actually broken through Qin Yu's blockade once more. He was truly indomitable. Okay. Qin Yu nodded. The 3 of them each took a fruit. After dripping a drop of blood on it, a red light flashed on the surface of the fruit and it immediately became an even darker red. Qin Yu opened his mouth and swallowed it. A warm current flowed into his soul. He immediately discovered that a marvelous connection had formed between him, Xia Chun, and Taoist priestess Taiping. Although they couldn't truly feel each other's thoughts, they could at least roughly judge where each other's thoughts were. Moreover, there was a faint and powerful imprisonment that wrapped around the 3 of them, making it impossible for them to harm each other. This was the backlash that Taoist priestess Taiping spoke of. All right. Now, fellow Taoist Qin Yu and we are truly on the same side. Taoist priestess Taiping smiled. Her expression relaxed and her smile was even more beautiful. If it weren't for her chest being too disappointing, she would have been a great beauty. Xia Chun said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, since we are cooperating, we must be open and honest with each other. So, I ask that fellow Taoists tell us why you are able to deter the living beings in the city. You must know that they are all born from Source and in this city, they can be called invincible existences. With our cultivations, it is impossible for us to suppress them." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "In the early years, I once had a lucky chance and obtained a marvelous thing. This thing just happens to be able to restrain the strength of the city guards, so this is why they maintain their awe towards me." Restrain the city guards? Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping's complexions changed. Through the heartlink fruit, they were able to determine that Qin Yu wasn't lying. But these city guards were all evolved from Source. If Qin Yu could restrain them, didn't that mean that he possessed the strength to suppress the source of the city? This person was far too terrifying. Chapter 10:22. Compared to when they first entered the hall, the atmosphere when Qin Yu and the others walked out was completely different. There was no more tension or depression. Yunfeng, Jiang Yuanyi, and the others all relaxed. Otherwise, if there really was a conflict and they were all caught up in it, it would be hard to predict what their fate would be. "Greetings, lords." Yunfeng respectfully bowed. Her eyes fell on Qin Yu and she hesitated, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, her hesitation didn't last too long. Xia Chun's voice sounded from beneath the black robe. "Lord Qin, you will join forces with us to open the hidden treasure in the city. When you face him, you must be as respectful as you are to us." Yunfeng's heart chilled. She hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Lord Qin Yu. I didn't know your identity before, so I ask that you be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to our level." She had no choice but to lower her head. It had to be known that just now, the mysterious and powerful black-robed existence had addressed him as Lord with a respectful tone. In addition to what she had seen with her own eyes, it was clear that Lord Qin Yu's status was above the two black-robed existences. Such an existence had to be as respectful as possible. If she didn't take this chance to beg for mercy, would she just wait to be taught a lesson? It was natural for the juniors of large families to be proud. After all, their powerful and noble backgrounds were branded on their bodies from birth. But in the face of a more powerful existence, they wouldn't hesitate to lower their heads to avoid greater harm. This was also the education they had received since childhood. It influenced their minds and made them more straightforward and pragmatic. They wouldn't care too much about things like face. After all, face couldn't be eaten and it couldn't be used to protect one's life. "Please forgive us, Lord Qin Yu." Jiang Yuanyi and the others bowed, their expressions respectful but also a bit nervous. From the matter of compensating Dongzhou Chali, it wasn't difficult to see that Qin Yu's methods were very down to earth. Now, should they take the initiative to offer something to express their apologies? It had to be known that sometimes the difference between being active and being passive was huge. But their worries didn't come true. Qin Yu thought about the abyssal creature hiding in the city and most likely preparing to cut him into pieces. How could he have the mood to extort these people? Of course, this didn't mean that extortion wasn't important. As a way to obtain a shocking amount of rewards, when the situation permitted it, he should still make good use of it. But now that time was tight, he could only look at the big picture first. Qin Yu nodded to Yunfeng and the others, not saying much. He turned and glanced at Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping beneath the black robes. The two of them immediately understood his thoughts. "Start immediately. No matter what method you use, you must collect 100 silver coins before noon today. Of course, to ensure your success, I will summon the city guards to help you." Xia Chun took a deep breath, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. "But remember, it must be done before noon. If you are late, the promise I gave you before will automatically become invalid." Yunfeng, Jiang Yuanyi, and the others respectfully responded. However, after they left the hospital, they all had bitter expressions on their faces. Those who were qualified to receive money were definitely not easy to deal with. East Zhou's Chali came from a poor background, so they could not care less. However, not all the others were in the same situation. There were some powerful figures that even they were afraid of. Although it wouldn't be a problem for them to steal the money with the help of the city guards, they would still be in trouble if they really did so. Even if there weren't any problems now, once they left the myriad soul Dao and returned to the outside world, trouble would still come. But the problem was, did they really have to give up just because of these troubles? Did they have to give up on the promise that Lord Black-Robed had given them? Of course not. Yunfeng took a deep breath. She coldly said, "No matter what, we must obtain enough money. This is not just for ourselves, but also for the mission that our family has entrusted to us. If we seize the money, we will be in trouble, but the outcome is unknown. But, if we ruin the plans of the three lords, even if we can leave here alive, our family will not let us off." Everyone's hearts chilled. The hesitation and helplessness in their eyes immediately receded like a tide, replaced with firm determination once more. "Fellow Taoists can die, but not me, everyone, I can only apologize." Schwa schwa, several people split up. Each person was followed by 2 city guards, all of them rushing off in different directions. Before noon, 100 silver coins were placed in front of them. It was unknown what Yunfeng and the others had experienced, but their complexions were clearly ugly. But at this time, no one cared about their complexions. Beneath the black robes, Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping both revealed happy expressions. They stood up and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, let's go." Although they didn't know why Qin Yu had requested that they complete the extraction of the source energy today. But through his various actions and after both sides had taken the heart-linking fruit, Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping naturally chose to believe in his judgment. Even though doing this would definitely bring about some trouble, they had already noticed that something had changed in the city. The contingency plan that their ancestors had painstakingly arranged in the past might not have the qualifications to be used again after today. They might as well take advantage of this chance to ruthlessly destroy him. Qin Yu stood up. "Please lead the way." He also wanted to know where the key point of the city that these 2 people spoke of was. The group left and hurried towards a certain place in the city. This was a small city that was several miles wide. Even if they gave up flying with the speed of a cultivator, they would soon arrive at their final destination. According to Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping, in order to extract the source energy of the evil demon suppressed beneath the city, they needed to find a weak point in the array formation seal and then open the channel left behind by their ancestors. "We've arrived. The channel left behind by our ancestors is inside," Xia Chun said in a low voice. Qin Yu looked at the familiar private school in front of him, and a strange expression appeared on his face. His previous intuition had been correct. At this time, his complexion changed. He turned and looked behind him. In a quiet alley, there was the sound of calm footsteps. Shang Lingyue was walking over. His expression was calm and there was a warm smile on his lips. His eyes swept over the several people and then fell on Qin Yu. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, we meet again." Qin Yu's heart tightened. He thought to himself that this was indeed the case. This terrifying abyssal creature had been paying attention to this private school all this time. Could it be that he also knew that there was a hidden channel here that could extract the city's source energy? No, if his guess was right, then what was suppressed here by the array formation was an incomparably powerful abyssal creature. If so, then his goal shouldn't be so simple. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "Fellow Taoist Shang, it seems there is some fate between the 2 of us." Shang Lingyue's smile widened. "Fate? I like fellow Taoist Qin Yu's description. I have a request today, and I hope that fellow Taoist Qin Yu can agree to it based on the fate between us. I will be eternally grateful." Qin Yu said, "Oh? If I don't find it difficult, then I definitely won't refuse." Shang Lingyue glanced at him. "I would like to ask fellow Taoist Qin Yu to stay as far away from this private school as possible. Of course, I will compensate you. For instance, as long as you agree, then before you leave Myriad Soul Dao, I guarantee that we will never meet again. How about it?" Qin Yu's eyes flashed. In truth, this agreement had exceeded his expectations. It even promised to let him live. But could the words of an abyssal creature be trusted? Well, perhaps it really was possible, but Qin Yu didn't dare to take the risk. Thus he refused. "I apologize. These fellow Taoists and I are very interested in this private school in front of us. I have already agreed to advance and retreat together with you fellow Taoists. If I were to retreat now, that would be breaking my promise to all of you. This is clearly wrong." Shang Lingyue's smile didn't diminish. His eyes swept over everyone. When his eyes fell on Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping, he paused for a moment. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, do you really not want to consider my proposal? I'm really sincere." Although they didn't know what sort of riddle Shang Lingyue and Qin Yu were playing, as long as they weren't blind, they could see that the 2 sides didn't like each other. But what left everyone startled was that Qin Yu, who had been acting tough in front of them, was clearly on the defensive when facing Shang Lingyue. Even when he rejected his proposal, he found a gentle reason. In other words, Qin Yu dreaded this person in front of him. Xia Chun, Taoist priestess Taiping, and the others felt their hearts shake. They thought that the opening of Myriad Soul Tao this time was truly extraordinary. Far too many powerful characters had entered. Qin Yu shook his head. "Fellow Taoist Shang, I will have to disappoint you." He revealed an apologetic expression, and his expression was flawless. But all of his thoughts were locked onto Shang Lingyue. As long as Shang Lingyue made any inappropriate movements, Qin Yu could immediately erupt with his greatest strength. If it were just a single person facing this abyssal creature, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't dare to directly reject his proposal. But now, it wasn't just Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping. There was also Yunfeng, Jiang Yuanyi, and the others following them. It could be said that Qin Yu was at his strongest right now. Taking a step back, even if he truly angered this abyssal creature, he still had the strength to fight. Moreover, it was daytime right now. In the sneak attack last night, the abyssal creature had only controlled a single night patrol to attack. From this, it could be seen that even if this city was corroded by the abyssal strength, Shang Lingyue still didn't have any scruples. These were the reasons why Qin Yu dared to refuse him. The smile on Shang Lingyue's face faded. When he wasn't smiling, the gentle aura that he deliberately created around him completely vanished. Instead, what replaced it was a cold and gloomy aura that left one's heart cold. It was like a terrifying predator hiding in the dark of night had locked onto him. The predator was baring its sharp white fangs, looking for a suitable opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. Xia Chun, Taoist priestess Taiping, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. As they thought, if someone could faintly suppress Qin Yu, it was impossible for them to be as ordinary as they appeared on the surface. If that's the case, then I won't disturb you any longer. I hope that everyone will have good luck and have some harvest. After he finished speaking, Shang Lingyue turned and walked away. But as he left, the chill that covered everyone's hearts didn't dissipate. Instead, it became even thicker. Xia Chun lowered his voice. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, who is this person?" Qin Yu let out a deep breath. "A terrifying enemy. And if my speculations aren't wrong, he seems to have locked onto this private school." Although he didn't say it clearly, Xia Chun certainly understood the hidden meaning in his words. Shang Lingyue knew of the existence of the city's source. Impossible, he subconsciously wanted to say this, but he forcefully suppressed it. After all, when their ancestors built the Myriad Soul Tao Road in the past, they had left behind some contingencies. There was a chance that other unknown accidents might occur. "Is he strong?" Taoist priestess Taiping asked. Qin Yu nodded, not saying anything more. "Let's go in." The abyssal creature's performance just now had already proven just how important this private school was. Although he hadn't done anything yet, that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Time was pressing. No matter why this abyssal creature had been patiently waiting, Qin Yu had to make full use of this precious time. Otherwise, if both sides really did tear apart all pretense of cordiality, then in this city that had likely already been corroded by the abyssal strength, Qin Yu still didn't have full confidence he could face this terrifying abyssal creature. And just like the first few times, the private school didn't close its doors. With the sounds of children reading, a group of people filed in. "It's you again?" A voice filled with suppressed anger sounded out in everyone's ears. A blue-robed teacher with a light expression walked over with a frown. He swept his eyes over everyone and then directly looked at Qin Yu. "I should have said it clearly before. Even if you have, she giving you a book is already the limit of the private school. Don't push your luck." Schwa, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu. They thought that this was a fierce character, worthy of being a fierce character. No matter where he was the key. Before, when Shang Lingyue arrived, he had also directly spoken to Qin Yu, not placing them in his eyes at all. Now, this teacher was the same. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Qin Yu had actually succeeded in taking away a book from this private school. It had to be known that after entering the city, they had searched everywhere in search of places that might contain powerful inheritances. This private school that was impervious to all else had also been one of the places they had focused their attention on. In the information they obtained, no one had obtained any harvests from the private school. Being surrounded by shocked and admiring gazes, although he appeared indifferent on the surface, he was actually feeling extremely sour in his heart. Unfortunately, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to feel any of this right now. He lightly coughed and said, "Mister, why must you keep us 1,000 miles away? Moreover, we didn't come here for any other reason. We only thought that the private school's architecture was wonderful and wanted to take a good look around. Of course, if Mister is willing to explain a thing or two to us, that would be even better." It seemed that lying through one's teeth was an essential skill for all great figures. In addition, one's skin had to be thick and one's mental fortitude had to be good. Otherwise, how could one be able to remain calm in the face of other people's "I don't believe you" gazes? For instance, the teacher who was looking at them with such a gaze, as well as the earnest and calm Lord Qin Yu. The teacher coldly said, "If you want to waste time, then I won't stop you. If you want to take a look, then go, but if you affect my teaching, then don't blame me for driving you out." After speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. In truth, to a certain degree, this was already preferential treatment. If it were any other cultivator, they wouldn't have given them a chance to spout nonsense and would have directly driven them out. Would they even dare to attack them? Of course, even if this was preferential treatment, it was just as the teacher said. In his opinion, Qin Yu and the others were wasting their time. And at this time, he wasn't the only one thinking this. For instance, after failing to threaten Qin Yu, Shang Lingyue found a tea-house not too far away and was quietly drinking tea. This tea-house was just outside the alley. From its position, not only could one see the exit of the private school, but most of the private school could be seen. According to the original plan, he should have obtained the item and completed the clan's mission. But there were clearly some problems. The person who built this city in the past had truly brilliant method. He had no idea what they did, but even though the strength of the abyss had clearly seeped into the city, it still wasn't able to completely control it. Otherwise, why would he be waiting here and wasting his time? However, Shang Lingyue could already sense the fluctuations of the abyss's strength. It would soon be able to repair the accident, and at that time he would naturally be able to obtain that item. Drinking a mouthful of tea and placing the teacup on the table, Shang Lingyue narrowed his eyes and sneered. He could feel the auras hidden beneath the black robes of Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping. Without a doubt, they should be the descendants of those two stupid human cultivators. Of course, to say that they were stupid wasn't too good. This was because, to be more accurate, the entire abyssal races should be thanking them for their actions in the past. Even if all of this was done under the guidance of the abyss, slowly luring them in before finally completing the arrangements. If it weren't for this, how could their lord have been suppressed here and slowly restored his consciousness, even allowing his own strength to seep out? You want to extract the source? Haha, what a bunch of laughable ants. If it weren't for the Lord raising you and keeping the channel open for him, there would have been no need for you to exist. Now, the Lord's consciousness was seizing control of the city and had temporarily blocked off any possibility of entering the channel. Even he couldn't approach, much less these people. So what if they entered the private school? It would only be a waste of time. But at this time, Shang Lingyue's eyebrows furrowed together. Qin Yu's figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. This human cultivator seemed a bit troublesome. That night patrol had already absorbed a great deal of the abyss's strength, and with the support of his will, he had actually been so easily killed, It seemed that Qin Yu was hiding some formidable strength on his body. Perhaps the power he possessed could cause some situations that were out of his control. It was because of this that he had appeared before to temporarily appease Qin Yu, to have him not enter the private school and to avoid affecting what his lord was doing. As for the promise he made to Qin Yu, it was all fake. The words of an abyssal creature had no meaning except in front of their own race. But he had actually refused. Thinking of this, Shang Lingyue's eyebrows furrowed even tighter and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already decided that after he completed the mission given to him by his race, he would immediately kill him. Since he had sensed unease, he only needed to destroy the source and he would be free of worries. The time was approaching. Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Tai Ping led the way. The group didn't stop at all. They passed through the front courtyard of the private school and arrived at the back. But soon they had no choice but to stop. This should be because the round black wooden door that connected the front and back courtyards was now locked. Chapter 1023. Apart from Yunfeng, Jiang Yuanyi was naturally the most apprehensive of all the second-generation heirs. Although he had not shown too much disrespect before, no one was stupid. They could naturally sense something from the way he looked at Dong Zhou. This was what it meant to take someone's life. No matter how strong or weak they were, no man could endure such provocation, let alone the powerful and incomparably mysterious Qin Yu. Jiang Yuanyi forced himself to remain calm on the surface, but the fear in his heart did not dissipate as time passed. Instead, it gradually became more intense, because he put himself in Qin Yu's shoes and thought, if he were in Qin Yu's shoes, what would he do next? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuanyi was frightened to death. He felt that his life would be extremely short and miserable. Therefore, in a trance, what Jiang Yuanyi wanted the most was to please Qin Yu and prolong his life. So when everyone stood at the door and looked at the locked black wooden door, he did not know what was wrong with his brain. The door is locked. I'll go open it now. As he spoke, he walked forward. Only when someone pulled him back did he suddenly come to his senses. Facing everyone's eyes, his face suddenly flushed red. Just now, he had only subconsciously wanted to show his worth. After all, worthless people were the easiest to abandon. But this action was really too stupid. Yunfeng and the others looked at him with strange and incredulous eyes, as if they could not understand why they had walked together with such a stupid guy. If this door and this lock were really so simple, Qin Yu and the two black-robed lords would not be standing here. Ahem. Xia Chun coughed lightly. His face under the black robe was full of seriousness. He slowly said, "Let me try." There was a connection between him and this city because of the arrangements left by the ancestors. Although it was not strong, it should be possible to open the lock on a door. At this moment, Xia Chun and Jiang Yuanyi had similar thoughts. Although they had reached an agreement with Qin Yu, since it was a cooperation, both sides naturally had to contribute. It was impossible to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Otherwise, they would lose the right to speak in the distribution afterward. Although Xia Chun was already mentally prepared that Qin Yu would take the majority, it did not mean that he had given up the idea of fighting for more benefits for himself and Tai Ping. Just like now. Be careful. I feel like this door isn't simple, Tai Ping Nun said slowly. A hint of nervousness appeared in her eyes. Xia Chun smiled and didn't say anything. He walked to the black round wooden door and looked at the lock on it. His face under the black robe became even more solemn. Of course, he knew that this door was not simple. Even though it was right in front of him, when he closed his eyes and tried to sense it, it was actually a blank void. Illusions and whatnot, of course, did not exist. The wooden door was right in front of him, black, round, it was real. The reason why his senses were blank was because the form of its existence was beyond the range of his senses. Taking a deep breath, Xia Chun placed his hand on the wooden door. He didn't move at all, like a statue. But now, he began to release a formless and incorporeal majestic aura. It was like a mountain, like a sea. Even though it was completely silent and did not emit a single sound, as long as one approached a certain distance, one would be able to clearly sense the pressure it emitted. The complexions of Yunfeng and the others changed. Subconsciously, awe appeared in their eyes. Lord Blackrobe's methods were truly beyond their imagination. Disregarding everything else, just this suppressive aura alone made them feel as if it weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. If they were to face it head-on, they feared they wouldn't even have a tenth of their cultivation left. Naturally, they didn't know that what Xia Chun was emitting right now was the aura of the city itself. He was currently borrowing strength from it. No matter how mysterious the private school was, it was still a part of the city. Using the power of the city to break open this door was the right idea. But the problem was that Xia Chun had underestimated the status of this door in the city, or rather, its current status had been temporarily raised by some unknown will. A dark golden light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He knew that Xia Chun was about to lose this confrontation. If he retreated now, he would at most suffer some minor injuries. But if he continued, he wouldn't be able to stop even if he wanted to. Qin Yu took a step forward and arrived before Xia Chun. He reached out and patted his shoulder. Beneath the black robes, Xia Chun suddenly opened his eyes. His complexion paled, and all the pores on his body opened. Sweat gushed out, drenching his black robes. His face was filled with lingering fear. He gratefully looked at Qin Yu and cupped his hands together. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Qin Yu." Although Xia Chun didn't know what the final outcome would be if he continued, that feeling was something he absolutely didn't want to face. Qin Yu nodded. "You can draw back. This door isn't something you can open." The faces of the people who were slow to realize what was going on suddenly changed. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at his back. They simply didn't know what had happened before Qin Yu attacked. But from their reactions and conversation, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Jiang Yuanyi nearly cried. The more terrifying Qin Yu's performance was, the more he felt fear and panic in his heart. Moreover, he had done something incredibly stupid just now. This sort of useless trash, even if he was killed, no one would care. Now, he certainly didn't think that his identity could protect his life. "No, I can't die. I have to save myself." Qin Yu stood in front of the wooden door for a moment. Then, he finally attacked. No one could see the dark golden light surging in his eyes. With the eye of truth, the wooden door itself didn't exist. There was only an endless flow of black energy that revolved around the lock. Although Qin Yu didn't know what this black energy was, his intuition told him that if he was entangled by it, it would be very troublesome. And just now, when Qin Yu interrupted Xia Chun, he was nearly entangled. With Xia Chun's cultivation, he was already so terrified before he was entangled by the black energy. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the black energy was. Qin Yu pointed a finger at the lock. His complexion changed, as if he had been pricked by a needle. He quickly withdrew his hand. His finger fell and he withdrew. The entire process was extremely short, less than half a breath of time. But when Qin Yu looked down, he could see that his fingertip had already turned black. His flesh and blood had lost their vitality. Wisps of black energy were flowing through it like tiny worms, constantly trying to drill into its depth. Qin Yu frowned. The two hearts in his chest suddenly beat vigorously, pushing a scorching blood energy fluctuation into his fingertip. When his blood energy retreated, the black energy that had fused into his flesh and blood had already disappeared. But the blackened flesh and blood seemed to have lost all its moisture and been dried for countless years, directly turning into powder that fell to the ground. Most importantly, the amount of blood energy he had mobilized was less than half of what it originally was. This was the truly terrifying part. It had to be known that Qin Yu's body had already reached the ancient race's indestructible body. Moreover, under the sun and moon force field, it was constantly absorbing and strengthening. The quality of his current blood energy was far higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. Even so, a small portion of his flesh and blood was destroyed in an instant, causing him to lose a portion of his blood energy. If it were any other cultivator, even if they could stop in time, at least one of their arms would have been destroyed. Thinking about it this way, Xia Chun was undoubtedly lucky. He had borrowed the strength of the city, and hadn't truly touched the lock, otherwise even Qin Yu might not have been able to save him. Qin Yu lifted a hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. The small wound on his fingertip had already recovered. He revealed a helpless expression. Although he had the eye of truth and could clearly see the essence of this lock, the problem was that although he could see it clearly, he couldn't break it. Of course, if Qin Yu didn't hesitate to pay the price, he could forcefully break it. But during this process, half of his body would likely be destroyed by the black energy. The ancient race's indestructible body was said to be undying and indestructible. Even if it was torn to pieces, as long as a piece of flesh and blood remained intact, it could be restored. But this required a great deal of strength. Even with Qin Yu's current state, if half of his body was destroyed, he would still fall into a weakened state for a long time after he recovered. In this city that was likely to have already been corroded by the abyssal strength, and there was even a terrifying abyssal life form eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey, to allow himself to fall into a weakened state was undoubtedly the most foolish thing to do. Qin Yu suddenly thought of the reason why Shang Lingyue didn't choose to fall out with him when he retreated was because he already knew of the existence of this lock. But from another perspective, even though he knew of the existence of this lock, he still appeared and put forth conditions for Qin Yu to retreat. Disregarding whether these conditions were true or false, just this attitude already represented many things. For instance, he didn't want Qin Yu to enter this private school at this time. Or, to be more precise, he didn't want Qin Yu to attempt to open this lock and enter the private school's backyard, even if there was only a small chance of success. The more the abyssal life form cared about this lock, the more it proved that it was the key. But even if he realized this, what could he do? He couldn't open this lock. Laughter echoed out from behind them. Several little boys in black and white academy uniforms ran over. As they saw Qin Yu and the others in front of them, they restrained their laughter and revealed a bit of deliberate calmness on their young faces. Of course, when these two things were mixed together, it only made them seem more adorable. "Mister, you are blocking our way. Could you please step aside?" One of the children cupped his hands together, his tone earnest. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He turned and stepped to the side. "Little misters, please." Their faces flushed red from this form of address. The several little fellows couldn't hold themselves back. They lowered their heads and walked forwards. When they arrived in front of the door, they lifted their feet and stepped through it, as if the wooden door didn't exist. He called me little mister. Haha, this is the first time I've heard someone call me that. That mister is just being polite. If you want to be a mister, you're still far from that. Humph. Just you wait, sooner or later I will become a teacher in this private school. I will be just as fierce as Mr. Su. Stop bragging. In this world, there is no one more fierce than Mr. Su. Stop dreaming. What followed was the sounds of children playing, accompanied by the sound of running water. After a moment, the children who had been pretending to be calm and collected walked out from the backyard. They looked at Qin Yu and the others with a strange expression and then chased after them. Outside the courtyard, there was silence. They had all clearly seen what happened just now. To these children, the wooden door didn't exist at all. If they wanted to enter, they could do so directly. But to outsiders, this was an unbreakable blockade. I already said that you shouldn't waste time here. At some unknown time, the teacher had arrived behind everyone. His eyes were cold and indifferent. The backyard is a secret area of the private school. Only those from the private school can enter. You cannot open this door. It was clear that he knew many things. Qin Yu took out a book. He smiled and said, "Mister, am I considered a person from the private school? After all, I am also someone who has books." The teacher sneered. "Of course not." Qin Yu didn't fully believe him. But when he brought the book closer to the wooden door, the lock didn't change at all. It really was useless. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he furrowed his eyebrows, as if he were thinking about something. If they really couldn't enter, then this teacher didn't seem to have any reason to pay attention to them. But before he entered the private school, and now, he had already appeared twice. Clearly, something was not quite right. Could it be that there was something he hadn't considered? Suddenly, Qin Yu reached into his chest. His fingers spread open to reveal a sparkling gold coin. "Can I add on this as well?" The teacher's complexion changed. A trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have realized something. And at this time, the wooden door in front of everyone suddenly creaked open. The lock was nowhere to be seen, as if it had never existed. The entire courtyard fell deathly silent. Everyone was shocked by the opening of the wooden door. They were also shocked by the gold coin quietly lying in Qin Yu's palm. Gold coin. This was gold coin. Everyone knew that in the city, if one used gold to open any transaction, they could directly obtain the inheritance of the myriad soul Great Tao. But in the countless times the myriad soul Tao had been opened, there had never been news of a gold coin appearing. It was like a legend. And now, they were witnessing with their own eyes the scene of a legend becoming a reality. Qin Yu, just who was he? Gold coin, where did he come from? And more importantly, he had the gold coin in his hands but he hadn't made any transactions at all. What did this mean? It was clear that in his eyes, the so-called myriad soul Great Tao wasn't important at all. This caused Yunfeng and the others to feel shocked and bitter at the same time. It had to be known that when they entered the myriad soul Tao, their ultimate dream was to obtain the inheritance of the myriad soul Great Tao. As long as they could accomplish this, they would become the core of their families in the future and their future achievements would be limitless. But compared to Qin Yu, their so-called dreams seemed worthless. The two sides weren't even on the same level. Beneath the black robes, Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Tai Ping glanced at each other. They sighed inwardly. As expected, Qin Yu knew of the existence of source energy from the very start. If it weren't for this, how could he have looked down on the myriad soul Great Tao? Their collaborator was truly mysterious and unfathomable, shrouded in a dense fog. Luckily, the heart-linking fruit had already had a miraculous effect, and they were now on the same side. Otherwise, if they were to become enemies with Qin Yu they feared they wouldn't even know how they died. Outside the private school's long alley, Shang Lingyue was quietly sipping tea in a teahouse. Suddenly, the teacup in his hand shattered and scalding tea splashed onto his hand. But he didn't seem to notice it at all. His eyes were locked onto the private school, filled with shock. His Excellency's seal had actually been opened. How was this possible? It had to be known that even he couldn't open His Excellency's seal in his current state. Without any reason, Qin Yu's figure appeared in Shang Lingyue's mind. It was him, it had to be him. This human cultivator was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. A cold light appeared in the depths of Shang Lingyue's eyes. No matter what, he wouldn't allow these people to ruin what His Excellency was doing. As for Qin Yu, he couldn't stay. Schwar, his figure flickered. Shang Lingyue leapt out of the teahouse and vanished from sight in several flashes. As for the matter of him destroying the tea set, the teahouse waiter wasn't too far away, but he didn't even glance at it. It was like in his eyes, Shang Lingyue didn't exist at all. Or perhaps, he saw it but didn't dare to express anything. Chapter 10:24. Looking at the wooden door that opened on its own, the teacher was stunned for a moment. Then, a complex light flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu. Although I know you might not listen to me, I must urge you once more. Do not enter the rear courtyard and leave as soon as possible." Qin Yu's heart stirred. It was clear that he wasn't just an ordinary teacher in a private school. There was even a chance that he knew the secrets of this city. Qin Yu wasn't sure if his words were true or false, but he could feel a trace of sincerity. In other words, he should be trustworthy. If he didn't retreat now, there was a chance that he would truly encounter danger. But even if he realized this, did he have a choice? If he really wanted to avoid danger, he would not have entered the myriad soul path. Naturally, he would have been able to rest easy. There were some things that, even though they knew were wrong, they still had to do it. Even though they knew that there would be danger, they still had to take the initiative to step into it. So after a moment of silence, Qin Yu nodded slightly to the teacher and said softly, "I have my reasons. Thank you for the reminder." He turned around and strode through the wooden door, entering the private school's backyard. There was nothing special about it. The backyard was just an ordinary yard. There were many different kinds of vegetables planted there, and they were divided into blocks. They were clearly separated and kept very well. Not even a few weeds could be seen. It was obvious that the daily care was very good. The only thing that caught his attention was a well not far away. There were still water stains at the mouth of the well, which should have been caused by a group of little attendants when they were washing and playing. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He didn't pause at all as he walked straight towards the well. He stood at the mouth of the well and looked down. The water level was very high. Just 3 or 4 meters down from the well mouth, one could see the clear well water. It was like a mirror, clearly reflecting Qin Yu's appearance. He stared at his own reflection for a moment, then turned around and walked back. "Look, is it here?" Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Tai Ping hurried to the mouth of the well. It was unknown what methods they used, but after several breaths of time, they spoke almost simultaneously. "That's right, it's here." There was a tinge of excitement in his tone. Now, the two of them no longer felt depressed or unwilling about encountering Qin Yu. Rather, they rejoiced in their hearts. If it weren't for Qin Yu, how could the two of them have found the channel left behind by their ancestors so easily? He probably couldn't even enter this backyard. That's great. That's great. His long-cherished dream had finally come true. Even Xia Chun, who was usually composed, couldn't help but mutter to himself. He grabbed the primordial Taoist nun's hand and seemed to have lost his composure. Of course, the most important reason was that he knew very well what sort of astonishing good fortune was hidden beneath the passageway. Even if Qin Yu took away the vast majority of it, he and Tai Ping would still be reborn and their future possibilities would be limitless. Yunfeng and the others were also overjoyed. Even if they didn't have a share of the lucky chances contained within the well, only after Lord Blackrobe and Qin Yu were satisfied would they be able to realize their dreams. At this time, everyone was overjoyed. But, in their excitement, they didn't notice the dignified look on Qin Yu's face. His eyes fell on the entrance to the backyard. The teacher was standing there, his expression incomparably indifferent. As he watched them rush in, he didn't reveal any emotion at all, as if he weren't the one who had solemnly warned Qin Yu just now. He didn't leave, nor did he leave. He only stood there, calmly looking at them. Of course, there wasn't any envy or anything like that. Rather, from this calmness, Qin Yu could feel a bit of ridicule or perhaps pity. At this moment, it was like a hand had appeared in Qin Yu's heart, gently pushing aside a portion of the fog that shrouded his mind. Opening the wooden door could only be considered the beginning of the adventure. From the moment they stepped into the backyard and locked onto the well, the true danger would arrive. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, we will attempt to open the seal within the well. We cannot be disturbed during the process. Qin Yu gathered his thoughts. He slowly said, "I will stand guard for you." His eyes swept over Yunfeng and the others. Their complexions changed and they hurriedly drew back, restraining their auras. As he thought, These second-generation young masters were quite smart. Shuar's space twisted. Shang Lingyue's figure appeared in the private school. In front of him was the already opened wooden door. Although he had already sensed it, when he saw it with his own eyes, his pupils still shrank and he revealed a look of shock. It had to be known that this was a seal that came from the Lord, a manifestation of the Lord's will. Even he didn't dare to violate it in the slightest. For Qin Yu to be able to open the wooden door, that alone was enough. Shang Lingyue valued him even more in his heart. What the Lord was doing couldn't be disturbed. He couldn't take any risks. If he acted in broad daylight, he would be greatly restricted and he might even suffer a backlash from the city. But right now, he couldn't care about such things. Killing intent surged in Shang Lingyue's eyes. Traces of blood red appeared and his calm and gentle aura shattered, turning into endless cruelty. But at this time, the teacher standing beside the wooden door suddenly turned his head and looked at him. This gaze was extremely calm, without any emotion at all. But it caused Shang Lingyue's heart to tremble and an instinctive fear to rise in him. It was as if he were facing those noble and ancient life forms of his race, those incomparably powerful life forms. Shang Lingyue's eyes widened. The spatial fluctuations that wrapped around him even paused for a brief moment. He took a deep breath and suppressed the surging strength in his body. Then, he respectfully bowed. But at this time, the teacher had already turned his gaze away. He didn't look at him again, as if nothing had happened just now, or perhaps all of this was a coincidence. It was impossible for this to be a coincidence, and it definitely wasn't an illusion. Shang Lingyue's thoughts raced. He didn't understand why the Lord had stopped him, but since the Lord's will had arrived, he could only obey. He restrained his strength and stood motionless, waiting for the Lord's next instructions. In order to express his respect, Shang Lingyue lowered his head. Besides that first glance, he didn't dare to look at anything else. So, he didn't notice the self-deprecating look in the teacher's eyes. Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping had already started. Yunfeng and the others had restrained their auras in fear of arousing Qin Yu's dissatisfaction. None of them noticed the changes outside the door. Of course, this didn't include Qin Yu. The moment Shang Lingyue arrived, he had already sensed the abnormal fluctuations. His body tensed and his two hearts raced. If he said he wasn't nervous or fearful, that would be a lie. But now, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to resist. Not to mention Yunfeng and the other powerful second-generation youths, just that walnut in his hand gave Qin Yu a considerable amount of confidence. So what if it was an abyssal life form? If he really angered him, then he would detonate the strength of the walnut. No matter how fierce you were, you would still have to howl at him. But what surprised Qin Yu was that the abyssal life form's aura fell silent after it appeared. It didn't leave nor did it make any further movements, as if it were waiting for something. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he looked at the door, at the silent teacher. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the teacher also looked at Qin Yu. Their gazes met, but neither of them could sense what the other was thinking. However, Qin Yu suddenly discovered that the private school tutor's pupils were pitch black like ink. Along with his scholarly and sparse aura, he seemed particularly straightforward and efficient, adding a bit more elegance to his demeanor. But these pupils were far too pure and pitch black. They were like a rich and unresolvable darkness that connected to the unknown abyss. Qin Yu's scalp tingled. He discovered that he had made a terrible mistake. But if this was really the case, then why didn't this teacher do anything? Instead, he just stared blankly on as they opened the channel and extracted the source energy beneath the city. It had to be known that the source energy suppressed beneath the city didn't belong to the city itself. Rather, it came from some horrifying existence that carried the mark of the abyss. Although he didn't know how powerful this existence was, there was no doubt how terrifying it was. Perhaps just a single thought from this existence would be enough to cause their souls to collapse. Flee now? No, there was absolutely no chance. If this person really did have evil thoughts towards them, then fleeing now would only hasten their own deaths. It seemed that their only choice was to force their way forwards. After all, since this person hadn't done anything yet, there might still be a chance to turn things around. After all, the goal of this city was to suppress the abyss. Even if it had been corroded by the strength of the abyss, there might still be some remnant strength left. As Qin Yu thought of this, a great deal of the suppressed fear in his heart dissipated. He thought of an even faster method. The abyssal creature that had entered the city had maintained its silence the entire time. Even when they entered the private school not long ago, it had only vaguely threatened them and hadn't truly torn apart all pretense of cordiality. Without a doubt, this confirmed Qin Yu's speculations. Even though this city had been corroded by the abyss, it hadn't obtained complete control. The only chance of survival was here. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. His eyes fell on Xia Chun and Taoist Nun Taiping. They had already opened up the channel left behind by their ancestors. But now, Qin Yu couldn't help but suspect that this channel wasn't a secret from the start. At the very least, the abyssal creature that occupied Shang Lingyue's body was well aware of this. As for where things would end up, Qin Yu was no longer able to judge, nor did he have the qualifications to control it. It was like he was wrapped up in turbulent undercurrents deep underground. He tumbled forwards in the pitch-black darkness, but he had no idea where he was going. Beneath the black robes, beads of sweat began to appear on Xia Chun and Taoist Nun Taiping's faces. White steam drilled out, constantly rising upwards. The channel was indeed here, but the difficulty of opening it surpassed their imaginations. It was like it was filled with an extremely viscous substance, and wanting to split it open required an astonishing amount of strength. If it was only like this, then although it was a bit more difficult, the two of them could still open the channel bit by bit. At most it would only take some time. But soon, the two of them discovered that as the channel continued downwards, after entering a certain section, it suddenly stiffened. This was similar to a dense accumulation of energy. Under the influence of external factors, it solidified and crystallized. It gave them a feeling as if an incomparably hard stone had been shoved into the entire channel. No matter how they tried, they couldn't move it at all. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, we've encountered some trouble. Xia Chun forced a smile. He had already confirmed that Qin Yu was the key to obtaining the source energy, so he naturally wouldn't hide it. There is a dense mass of strength sealed in the channel. We cannot disperse it. Qin Yu stood at the mouth of the well. He looked down. The calm well water was now bubbling and bubbling, as if it were being boiled. Faint traces of icy cold aura spread out, forming a thin layer of ice crystals on the walls of the well that spread upwards. Now, the mouth of the well was covered in a layer of frost. Qin Yu could feel the astonishing chill contained within. Deep in his eyes, a dark golden light surged. After looking at it for a moment, Qin Yu suddenly said, "I need someone to go down. Follow my orders and disperse the strength blocking the channel." Deep in his eyes, a dark golden light surged. After looking for a moment, he suddenly said, "I need someone to go down. Follow my orders and disperse the strength blocking the channel." Deep in his eyes, a dark golden light surged. After looking at it for a moment, Qin Yu suddenly said, "I need someone to go down. Follow my orders and disperse the strength blocking the channel." Xia Chun and Taoist Nun Taiping were opening the channel with all their strength. For Qin Yu to say something like this, it was clear he wanted to choose one of them. This, of course, wouldn't make them happy. Although they didn't know where this well led to, the icy cold aura floating in the air was enough to show how terrifying it was. It was easy to go in, but it would be difficult to come out again, or perhaps they would go in alive and come out dead. "It's not me, it's not me, it can't be me." Yunfeng and the others knew that facing Qin Yu's will, unless they shed all pretense of cordiality, it was impossible to go against him. Of course, in their opinion, facing the mysterious and incomparably powerful Qin Yu. If they shed all pretense of cordiality, their fate would be even more miserable. They could only pray that they wouldn't be chosen. "I'll go." Yunfeng's eyes widened. Looking at Jiang Yuanyi, who walked out with a resolute expression, she suddenly felt relieved. Then, she felt incredulous. She felt as if she had gotten to know Jiang Yuanyi all over again. In the past, she only thought that although this boy had a good background and decent aptitude, he was too narrow-minded and petty. But now all of this was nothing. Instead, there was a kind of brave light being released from his body. Of course, the so-called brave light didn't exist at all. The reason Yunfeng's opinion of him had changed was because Jiang Yuanyi had offered himself to them on his own initiative. If so, they would all be safe. That's right, he had offered himself. In their opinion, Jiang Yuanyi's decision was already sending half his body into the gates of hell. Qin Yu's eyes fell down. After a moment of surprise, he nodded. "All right, it's you." Jiang Yuanyi shivered. He clenched his teeth and walked to the well. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't stop him, he leapt in. His body rapidly sank down. He could feel the icy cold aura drilling into his body through his pores. His heart was filled with fear and madness. "I have to go all out. If I handle this matter well, I might be able to forgive myself for offending Qin Yu. Otherwise, even if I'm fine today, I might not be able to leave Myriad Soul Dao alive." It had to be said that sometimes it was dangerous to judge others by oneself. If one was unlucky, they would end up in the current situation. Qin Yu could roughly guess what Jiang Yuanyi was thinking. While he found it strange and laughable, he was actually calm and indifferent. In the current situation, even he didn't know what his fate would be, so how could he care too much about the fate of these second-generation juniors? Everyone here was a part of the game. Whether they lived or died would depend on their own luck. Chapter 10:25. The well didn't seem deep, but if one truly jumped in, they would discover that this was just an illusion. Jiang Yuanyi rapidly sank down, and what caused his heart to tremble was that a suction force erupted from the bottom of the well, wrapping around him and causing him to sink faster and faster. The icy cold aura around him became stronger and stronger as it continued to sink. It was like tiny needles that constantly pierced into his body, ignoring his cultivation and penetrating deep into his bones. It was as if his entire body was about to be sealed in ice. After an incomparably long period of time, there was a dull thump as Jiang Yuanyi smashed through the surface of the water and plunged into the bone-chilling well water. From the outside, this well water seemed clear and transparent, but after truly falling in, he discovered that it was completely pitch black, without the least bit of light. An indescribable and invisible panic erupted from the depths of his heart, flooding Jiang Yuanyi's mind. Because of the icy cold invading his body, his pale face lost all color. He subconsciously struggled, trying to stabilize his body in the water. But the pitch-black well water was as thick as mud and possessed an astonishing viscosity. Every movement required a tremendous amount of strength, and at this time, not only did the suction force not disappear, but it became even stronger. All of this caused Jiang Yuanyi to inevitably fall into a state of panic. His struggles increased, and a thin layer of ice began to appear on the surface of his body. As he moved, it constantly shattered and froze, emitting cracking sounds. "It's over, it's over. I'm going to die in here. I don't want to die, I want to live. Save me, save me." As he wailed in his heart, a calm voice resounded in his mind. "If you really want to die, you can continue struggling." Jiang Yuanyi froze in place. This was because there was no way he would mistake this voice for Qin Yu. As if grasping at the last straw of hope, Jiang Yuanyi forcefully suppressed his fear and forced himself to remain still. It was only now that he discovered that while he was still, even though the suction force didn't decrease, the suppression of the well water had mostly dissipated. "I'll speak, you listen." Qin Ning continued to speak. This well water is the strength you need to expel. Follow my instructions and attack with all your strength. Remember, I said with all my strength. If you want to live, you had best do as I say. This is the first time. This is the moment. Attack. Jiang Yuanyi roared out loud. He swore that he had brought out 120% of his strength. Moreover, in this life-or-death crisis, the might of this strike was several times greater than his usual attacks. As his fist punched out, a deep rumbling sound echoed in his ears. He felt a stabbing pain in his arm, as if he had punched a thick iron plate. However, the most frightening thing was that with this punch, the suction force from the water in the well suddenly increased by a few notches. Jiang Yuanyi's heart shook and his complexion paled. Fear gushed out from his eyes. His first thought was that Qin Yu had made a mistake. It was clear that right now, Qin Yu was his only chance of survival. If his judgment was wrong, then he would die without a doubt. Put away your random thoughts. Although I don't care about your life or death, you still have value in living. Qin Yu sneered. Now is the time. Punch out a second time. Although I don't care about your life or death, you still have value in living. Qin Yu sneered. Now is the time. Punch out a second time. That's right, I still have value. Qin Yu will not give up on me. Jiang Yuanyi didn't have time to think. He instinctively punched out a second time. Dong, with a dull thud, his ears began to ring and his field of vision darkened. The recoil of strength left his chest heavy, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! The suction force from the bottom of the well crazily rose. Jiang Yuanyi's sinking speed nearly doubled. He was like a stone that had been tossed into the water. The cold strength released by the black well water caused the layer of ice covering his body to instantly become incomparably thick. Even the blood flowing through his body seemed as if it would freeze over. There is still one final strike. Take out your trump card. As a second-generation young master with an extraordinary background, don't tell me that you don't have a trump card in this desperate situation? Now is the time for you to use your trump card. Qin Yu said in a low voice, a dignified tone in his voice. Remember, this opportunity only lasts for an instant. If you can't grasp it, you will really be pulled to the bottom. Although I don't know what is down there, you will absolutely die a miserable death. It was unknown whether it was because the suction force was too strong or because of the ice sealing his body, but Qin Yu's voice sounded weak to Jiang Yuanyi's ears. Moreover, there was an ethereal feeling to it. But there was one thing he could not deny. If he couldn't grasp the timing of this punch, he would die a miserable death. Death was the greatest fear and resistance of all living beings in the world. Even if one fell into a hopeless situation, as long as there was a slim chance of survival, no one would give up. Moreover, this was Jiang Yuanyi, a second-generation young master with a formidable background. If he couldn't die, he had to live. In the pitch-black well water, within the thick ice, a brilliant light erupted from Jiang Yuanyi's eyes. This was his final attempt to survive in his despair. Trump cards, of course he had them. As Qin Yu said, if he didn't use them now, when would he? Bang! A powerful aura instantly erupted from his body. The thick layer of ice covering Jiang Yuanyi's body instantly shattered into countless pieces, each piece wrapped in a terrifying strength. They pierced through the well water and smashed into the walls of the well. With a loud rumble, the entire ground trembled. Azure flame crows surged out of Jiang Yuanyi's body, completely isolating him from all the outside world's influence. Unfortunately, this situation was only maintained for a short while. In less than a breath of time, the cold aura once again invaded. The blazing blue flames immediately dimmed. The light it released was unable to penetrate the pitch-black well water. It was firmly suppressed and stuck to the surface of Jiang Yuanyi's body. Jiang Yuanyi's complexion changed. His trump card had already been detonated. This blue flame was a deviant flame that existed in the world. After refining it into the body, It could allow a cultivator to release a strength that far surpassed their limits for a short period of time. Although there was only one chance to use it, and the deviant flame would dissipate afterwards, it was enough to reverse the entire situation in a hopeless situation. But now, it seemed that it had only managed to buy some breathing room for Jiang Yuanyi. Furthermore, this little bit of breathing space was quickly disappearing as time passed. At this speed, the deviant flame's strength would be exhausted in several breaths of time. And now, Qin Yu hadn't asked him to attack yet. Hurry, hurry! If he was any slower, there really wouldn't be anything he could do. Every breath of time seemed to be stretched and twisted, becoming especially long. The blue flames on Jiang Yuanyi's body were nearly extinguished. Attack! Jiang Yuanyi roared. He lifted his hand and punched forwards. This punch gathered all his despair and fear, as well as the remaining strength of the blue deviant flame. Gotcha! A clear sound echoed in his ears. But at this moment, Jiang Yuanyi wasn't sure if his own bones had broken or if he had broken something. A violent feeling soon spread through his body. His bones had broken. Jiang Yuanyi's eyes filled with despair. But right at this moment, the pitch-black and ice-cold well water that enveloped him suddenly parted to the sides. Of course, this wasn't accurate. The truth was that the cold and darkness in the well water was rapidly dissipating. Jiang Yuanyi discovered that he was floating in the water several meters above the ground. The well water was incomparably clear and sweet. He was saved. At this moment, he cried out loud. It was unknown whether or not it was because his hand had been completely deformed because of the severe fracture. On the ground, beneath the black robes, Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping both revealed looks of pleasant surprise. The formidable resistance they felt had now completely vanished. Glancing at each other, the two of them didn't hesitate to erupt with all the strength in their bodies. Bang! With a dull explosion, the entire private school trembled. A massive amount of well water gushed out from the mouth of the well, throwing the haggard Jiang Yuanyi into the air. Jiang Yuanyi was curled up into a ball, his face twisted as if he had been caught off guard. The well water had struck him in his vitals, leaving behind a sour taste in his mouth. "It's open," Xia Chun said with pleasant surprise. In truth, at this moment, Qin Yu didn't need him to say anything. He could already feel the aura emitting from the well. An intense desire erupted from his body. It wasn't just his mortal body, but also his soul. Was this the source of that horrifying evil demon that was being suppressed? At this moment, Qin Yu suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. A question rose in his mind. If this was really the case, then why did he have such an instinctive and intense desire towards the source of this evil demon? But at this time, Qin Yu didn't have time to think about this. A light sigh echoed in his ears, one that was filled with helplessness and melancholy. He turned and looked at the silent teacher outside the rear courtyard. The teacher's pitch-black pupils were now expanding outwards. The moment his eyes met Qin Yu's, they completely occupied his eyes. "I already said that you would use the way to leave, so why didn't you listen to me? Greed will be the greatest original sin that will lead to your death." Qin Yu's pupils violently shrank. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the ground, towards the well that had opened up a channel. Shwa! He leapt up and rushed into the well. He could clearly see the surface of the water from head to toe. But at this time, an icy voice sounded out in his ears. "Qin Yu, I admit that I did deceive you, but everything is over now." Deep fate descends. Bang! A terrifying aura instantly erupted. An unimaginably cold and gloomy current swept out in all directions, covering the entire rear courtyard. The world in front of Qin Yu suddenly changed. The walls of the well turned crimson, and the surface was uneven and covered with mucus, as if it were the intestines of some terrifying giant creature. In the next moment, the channel violently twisted. Qin Yu's complexion changed, and he stepped forwards. Bang! Mucus flew out and fragments rained down. Qin Yu rushed out from within. His black robes had been corroded into tatters and his exposed flesh and blood had turned red. He felt a slight stabbing pain. As far as the eye could see, the entire private school had changed beyond recognition. The sky was a murky dark red, and the layers of clouds were rolling like a thick accumulation of blood. In the rear courtyard, the neatly planted vegetables were like the claws of a demon, constantly twisting and wriggling in the air. Xiang Lingyue smiled. Deep in his eyes there was an icy chill that couldn't be dispelled. As he looked at Qin Yu, killing intent surged out from him. At this time, meeting Qin Yu's gaze, he spread out his arms and his smile widened. "Welcome to my world, the great and destined abyss that will occupy and rule this world." Bang, 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 the crimson ground that seemed as if it had been soaked in blood suddenly broke apart. Several thick flesh and blood tentacles drilled out. The ends of each tentacle split open, revealing dense circles of fierce fangs. Like pythons, they howled through the air, aiming to bite at Qin Yu. At the same time, the air around Qin Yu suddenly became thick and sticky. A powerful oppressive strength filled the air with a sticky and slippery feeling. At the same time, he was completely suppressed. Abyss, this was the abyss. Qin Yu's complexion paled. This was caused by the uncontrollable fear in his heart. But fear didn't mean that he would just wait for death. As he looked at Xiang Lingyue, there was a calm look in his eyes. Perhaps he had underestimated the strength of the terrifying abyssal creature that occupied Xiang Lingyue's body. Or perhaps in the world of deep destiny, the abyssal creature's strength had been greatly increased. In short, Qin Yu was certain that he couldn't resist his opponent's slaughter. Yunfeng and the other second-generation cultivators might not be weak, but at this time they couldn't help him at all. But it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight back. Within his chest, 2 hearts wildly beat, pushing his blood energy to rapidly circulate. Qin Yu exerted strength in his fingers, and there was a light cracking sound in his hand. In the next moment, he threw it out. A walnut appeared in everyone's line of sight. In the midst of panic and fear, everyone who had placed all their hopes on Qin Yu suddenly had stunned expressions. Their eyes widened with disbelief. Including Xia Chun and Taoist priestess Taiping, everyone was wailing in their hearts, despair in their eyes. "Big brother, what are you doing? Is this how you, a person with a mysterious background and powerful background, should act in the face of danger? You threw out a walnut and even opened it for someone else. Do you think he will like the taste of walnuts more and let us go? Or do you really want to use this walnut to smash him to death?" Xiang Lingyue furrowed his eyebrows. Although he wasn't too strong, he no longer dared to have any thoughts of killing Qin Yu. But this really was an incomparably ordinary walnut. He didn't feel anything wrong about it. Even then, Xiang Lingyue was still unwilling to take the slightest risk. He raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, causing a ball of pitch-black abyssal devil chi to surge out from the void and transform into a large hand that grabbed onto the walnut. However, when the hand formed of abyssal demonic energy grabbed the walnut, Xiang Lingyue's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in shock. Without any hesitation, the power in his body erupted. Roiling black abyssal demonic energy descended and wrapped around his body. In the next instant, an extremely dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from the crack in the walnut. Mobile Reading Access, M. Chapter 1026. As he threw out the walnut and saw the shining thunder, Qin Yu's heart fiercely shrank and he felt his entire body turn ill. This thing actually attacked indiscriminately. It didn't care about the existence of its master at all. Qin Yu didn't even have time to curse out loud. He didn't even have time to think before his body instinctively reacted in this dangerous situation. With a deep roar, the 2 hearts in his chest began to wildly beat. He stimulated his blood vitality to erupt, releasing the strongest strength of the ancient immortal body. In the next moment, raging thunder howled, submerging his figure. The rumbling in his ears suddenly disappeared. He was like a rag that was sent flying away, tumbling about. His consciousness buzzed and he nearly collapsed. What followed was endless pain from his limbs and bones. This feeling was like he had been thrown into a rapidly spinning barrel of knives. Every time he spun, countless wounds would open up on his body. Moreover, these knives were covered in bright red chili oil mixed with a great deal of salt. Of course, this was only a very simple description. In truth, the pain it produced was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying. Within the thunder, Qin Yu's body was torn apart. He was sucked into the raging thunder and burned to ashes. But the attribute of the ancient immortal body was that it was nearly undying. As long as one's blood vitality wasn't exhausted, they could constantly be reborn. The result was that Qin Yu fell into the thunder, constantly repeating the process of destruction and rebirth. The pain he had to withstand seemed endless. If this was it, Qin Yu could still withstand it. After all, with his current will, it wasn't something that could be destroyed by the pain of destruction. What left him uneasy and even fearful was that the terrifying thunder that gushed out from the walnut was even faster than the ancient immortal body's rebirth. In this sort of situation, even if Qin Yu's blood vitality was abundant, once the ancient immortal body was completely destroyed, all that awaited him was death. The ancient immortal body was known as undying and indestructible. It required any part of the body to remain. Even if it was just a little finger, it could still be reborn. But once the entire body was turned to ash, he originally thought that the walnut in his hand was his trump card to kill his enemy and reverse the situation. But he never imagined that it would end up delivering his own life instead. How laughable! As Qin Yu was tormented by the thunder and nearing destruction, there was someone who was suffering even more than he was. However, the devastating roar of thunder drowned out his howls. The so-called abyssal descent was naturally not the true abyssal world. Rather, it relied on the powerful strength of the abyssal lifeforms to forcefully distort the world, turning it into the abyssal for a short time. Once completed, the strength of the abyssal creatures within would be greatly enhanced. In addition, the entire abyssal world would be under his control. He could control it with a single thought. It was equivalent to his own domain. However, everything in the world abided by some invisible law of balance. Such a powerful method naturally had its drawbacks. When the abyssal world endured a power that exceeded its limits, it would cause a terrible backlash against the abyssal lifeforms themselves. This was because, to a certain extent, the so-called abyssal descent was the extension and evolution of the abyssal creature's power. It was precisely because of this that the exploding walnut released a monstrous destructive lightning. Although it was an indiscriminate attack, Shang Ling had withstood at least 80% of its power. This feeling could be understood as having a very thick firecracker placed in his stomach. Of course, the might of a walnut was thousands of times more terrifying than a firecracker. No matter how thick it was useless because the thunder released from this walnut had a terrifying name, the thunder of nirvanic extermination. What was nirvanic extermination? It was the deathly stillness of the world, the annihilation of all. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of thunder that didn't originally exist between the heavens and earth. It was something that relied on some medium to compress and fuse the power of thunder to the limit. Only then could one finally obtain it. Of course, those that had the qualifications to fuse and refine the thunder of nirvanic extermination weren't ordinary characters. Otherwise, just touching it would cause one's life force to be annihilated. Who would dare to touch it? Moreover, there was one more point. Countless years ago, when the world of life and the abyssal abyss first met, a great calamity erupted that swept through the world. At that time, the thunder of nirvanic extermination didn't exist. This was because this was a weapon of war created to deal with abyssal lifeforms. It could ignore the corrosion of abyssal demonic energy and erupt with an even greater killing power against abyssal lifeforms. Otherwise, with the strength of the abyssal life form that occupied Shang Lingyue's body, no matter how terrifying a walnut containing powerful thunder was, it wouldn't be able to cause much damage to him in the abyssal world. But now, the tumbling abyssal demonic energy stimulated the might of the thunder of nirvanic extermination. The entire abyssal world began to rapidly collapse. Shang Lingyue's body was nearly destroyed. All that remained was a black heart wrapped in a thin layer of flesh and blood that wildly beat. The thunder of nirvanic extermination, it was actually the thunder of nirvanic extermination. He didn't believe that this was just a coincidence. With Qin Yu's cultivation, he absolutely didn't have the qualifications to control it. Could it be that the erosion of the abyssal abyss in the myriad soul Tao had already been discovered by the world of life, and that Qin Yu was a chess piece they had placed down? But at this time, there was no more time for him to think. If he didn't escape from here soon, all that awaited him was death. Within the wildly beating heart, roars came out. "My lord, save me, save me!" As the most optimistic junior powerhouse of the nightmare demon race, his goal was to grow into a supreme king amongst the abyssal races. He wanted to personally lead the brave warriors of the abyssal races to occupy the world of life and turn it into their pasture. How could he die? Of course he couldn't die. The entire backyard of the private school had already been completely abyssed. However, there was one exception. That was the wooden door that connected the backyard to the front yard. The teacher stood there with a calm expression, as if everything that happened around him had nothing to do with him. It was only at this moment that he heard Shang Lingyue's roars that he frowned. Then, he lifted a hand and pressed forward. The abyssal world was like a bubble at this moment. After being gently popped, it directly shattered into countless pieces, tumbling and disappearing. What disappeared along with it was the raging thunder of nirvanic extermination wrapped around the abyssal demonic energy and annihilated. Shang Lingyue, who only had a black heart left, didn't dare to stay any longer. Space twisted and he vanished from sight. The abyss shattered and the thunder dissipated. Xia Chun, Taoist priestess Taiping, and the others who had barely survived felt as if they had passed through hell. They all lay on the ground, gasping for breath. If it weren't for the wounds caused by the raging thunder on their bodies, they would have suspected that everything they experienced just now was just an illusion. But this wasn't an illusion in the end. All of them looked up at the teacher standing beside the black wooden door, endless fear and awe in their eyes. Just who was he? Putong, the sound of water falling sounded out, breaking the silence of the backyard. The teacher looked at the well. His black pupils were still pitch black, but they no longer had that heart-palpitating feeling from before. With a light sigh, he closed his eyes. Xia Chun, Taoist priestess Taiping, and the others were left dumbfounded. Just what sort of method was this? By closing his eyes, was it because he didn't want to see them and wanted them to hurry up and scram? Or was there some other meaning? For better or worse, he should at least say something. They were stuck in this awkward situation, it was really uncomfortable. Of course, they only dared to think about these thoughts in their hearts, not daring to reveal them at all. As for leaving, if this teacher didn't say anything, who would dare to take even half a step forward? The well water was cold. But as the cold seeped into his body, it caused the pain around him to weaken by a great deal. But Qin Yu was well aware that he had suffered a great loss this time. Although he hadn't died in the bombardment of the walnuts he had thrown out, it wasn't something he could recover from in a short period of time. Moreover, the most important thing was that the walnuts he had thrown out had nearly cost him his life, but he still hadn't been able to kill Shang Lingyue. Since Shang Lingyue hadn't died, he would come looking for revenge sooner or later. Let alone his current half-dead state, even if he were to return to his peak, he feared he would still die without a doubt. As Qin Yu was feeling bitter, a voice suddenly sounded out. "It's not too late to leave now. Otherwise you will most likely die." This voice Shuar Qin Yu's eyes shot open. He saw a phantom appear in the well water. Its face was blurry, but it gave him a familiar feeling. "It's you." His pupils violently shrank. The phantom in the water frowned, as if he never thought that Qin Yu would be able to see through his true appearance. Ripples flowed and the face became clear. Shockingly, it was none other than the teacher who was sitting there with his eyes closed. His expression was calm as he looked at Qin Yu. "There are many secrets hidden on your body. Even I cannot clearly sense them. But my intuition tells me that if you continue to live, you will have an inestimable effect on the entire world of living beings. This is why I have reminded you again and again. This city is doomed to fall. Perhaps you have already guessed that the strength of the abyss has already corroded it. It has fused with me and cannot be separated. Take advantage of my lucid state to leave. Announce to the entire world of living beings that they will never attempt to enter the myriad soul Tao again." Qin Yu suddenly said, "This should be the second time we've met, right? You also appeared when I was participating in the Three Mountains test." The teacher was silent for a moment. "Your senses are sharp, so you should be able to judge that everything I say is true." Qin Yu said in a low voice, "You want to seal off the myriad soul Tao." The teacher had no expression. "Since there is no other way, continuing to suppress the strength of the abyss is the best choice." He turned to leave. This was clearly a reminder to Qin Yu that he had no intention of staying. "Hold on." Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He stared at the teacher's back and said, "I want to know the secrets of the myriad soul Tao." The teacher didn't turn around. "This inheritance is wrong to begin with. I will not give it to you. No. I don't want the inheritance. I only want to know how to unravel the myriad soul Tao." Qin Yu bowed. This simple movement caused many wounds to open up all over his body. Blood gushed out and poured into the well water. But strangely, the well water wasn't dyed red at all. Instead, it simply vanished. "You want to unravel the myriad soul Tao?" "My wife is one of the split souls of a cultivator of the myriad soul Tao. I hope that she can continue living." The teacher said, "Give up. The myriad soul Tao is wrong. It is imperfect to begin with, and the fruit that is born from a wrong foundation is impossible to change." Qin Yu didn't stand up. "In this world, there are no absolute. Even if they exist, they only exist within a certain relative range. So, the myriad soul Tao must have a way to unravel it. I beg you to help me. No matter what price I have to pay, I am willing. She is just a woman. Not to mention the many secrets you hide. With your current cultivation, you can obtain countless things with just a thought. Is it worth it to save her?" "Worth it?" The teacher was silent. He seemed to be deep in thought. After a long time, he said, "Qin Yu, I might know of a way to unravel the myriad soul Tao. But you only have one chance. If you fail, you will be destroyed along with this city. From the bottom of my heart, I'm not optimistic about it. What you should do is to leave this place immediately. Now tell me your answer." Qin Yu's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. He feared death, and if he could, he didn't want to be placed in a perilous situation. However, the teacher's words implied that he was trying to crack the myriad soul path. The difficulty seemed to be far greater than he had imagined. In other words, even if he obtained the qualifications to speak directly with the peach blossom spring in the future, he still wouldn't be able to rescue Ning Ling. Apart from the method you mentioned, is there any other way to crack the myriad soul Tao? The teacher was silent, and his silence was, in fact, an indication of his attitude. This was their only chance. Qin Yu took a deep breath. A decisive light flashed in his eyes. "I must try." The teacher turned and looked at him with a deep gaze. "If death comes, I hope you won't regret the choice you make now." Schwar, his figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, a massive amount of blood red gushed out from the pure well water, rapidly spreading outwards. Bang bang! This was Qin Yu's two hearts wildly beating in his chest. It was an instinctive desire that came from his marrow and couldn't be suppressed at all. Without needing to galvanize it, All the pores on Qin Yu's body opened and wildly absorbed the blood-red strength mixed within the well water. In the private school's rear courtyard, the teacher opened his eyes. "You may leave." Everyone was nervous and anxious, as if they had been granted amnesty. They let out a breath of relief, bowed, and hurriedly rushed out. If they didn't leave now, when would they? Wait. The teacher lifted a hand and pointed. "The two of you stay behind." Xia Chun and Taoist Nun Taiping stiffened. Although they didn't want to, their instincts told them that it was best not to resist. Or, even if they did resist, their fates would only be more miserable than they were now. Yunfeng and the others let out a long breath of relief. They didn't have time to express their sympathy to the two black-robed lords. They picked up the unconscious Jiang Yuanyi and rushed out. What nonsense! If they didn't hurry up and run, what if this person felt that there weren't enough people and called out to them again? As for the promise the two black-robed lords made, their lives were about to be forfeited, so why were they thinking about such things? The opening of the myriad soul Tao this time was truly strange. It didn't match the information that their family had provided them before. With this, even if their family blamed them in the future, they would be able to shirk responsibility and say that it was all because their information was wrong. It wasn't easy for them to survive. In fact, as Yunfeng and the others hurriedly ran out of the private school and swore never to approach this place again, they didn't know that it was indeed extremely difficult to survive in this city. Because true despair had yet to arrive. In a corner of the private school's rear courtyard, there were several bamboo chairs placed around. They should be used to temporarily rest while they worked. The teacher walked over and casually sat down. He looked at the neatly cleaned vegetable field in front of him. His face didn't reveal any emotion, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Xia Chun grasped Taoist Nun Taiping's hand, indicating with his eyes that she shouldn't speak any further. He took a deep breath and bowed. "My lord, I am willing to stay behind and listen to your orders. Could you allow me to leave?" Taoist Taiping's eyes widened. "Xia Chun! Shut up!" Xia Chun roared out loud. He lifted a hand and pulled down his black robes. He respectfully knelt on the ground. "If my lord agrees, Xia Chun swears to obey any order you give." The teacher glanced at him and expressionlessly said, "Is Xiahou Bo your ancestor?" Xia Chun was startled. The awe on his face deepened and he respectfully nodded. "Then this woman is a descendant of the Sun family." The teacher had a faint expression. "In the past, when your ancestors were building the myriad soul Tao, they were tempted by the abyss and left behind a contingency plan. This caused the power of the abyss to leak out, causing the entire myriad soul Tao to fall short of success. This crime is punishable by the execution of all 10 bloodline clans, and their souls will be drawn out and refined." Puff, Taoist Taiping's legs weakened and she slumped to the ground. Beside her, Xia Chun wasn't much better. His face was pale white and he was sweating profusely. Just now, when the teacher spoke, they felt as if they were standing on the edge of destruction. It was like they would fall into the abyss in the next moment and be torn to pieces, never to reincarnate. After an unknown period of time, the two of them regained their composure. They looked up at the silent teacher and their pupils shrank in fear. At this time, there was the sound of splashing water. Qin Yu flew out from the well and landed on the ground. As Xia Chun and Taoist Taiping saw Qin Yu, their eyes brightened. They subconsciously wanted to speak, but they held themselves back. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't know why the two of them were here, but he guessed that it was the teacher's orders. He immediately suppressed his thoughts and cupped his hands together. "Greetings, teacher." This person's identity was now clear. He was the self-condensed consciousness of the myriad soul Tao. Or, it could be said that he was the current incarnation of this city. He had fused with the abyss, hiding the yin and yang sides of the abyss. What they faced now was the yang side of the city. Otherwise, with a wave of his hand, the three of them would likely be turned to ash. The teacher glanced at Qin Yu and said, There isn't much time left, so I will get straight to the point. Listen well. A long time ago, in the war between humanity and the abyss, humanity paid a tremendous price. Countless powerhouses perished, but in the end, they managed to slay a powerful king that descended from the abyss. But although its mortal body died, its soul still lived on. After research, they discovered that there was an enormous secret hidden within the soul of this abyssal king. Afterwards, the myriad soul Tao was constructed and the heavenly cycle array was laid down. The abyssal king's soul was suppressed here, and the power of the array formation was used to obliterate its soul and extract its source. Thus, this city was created and the inheritance method of the myriad soul Tao was also created. The teacher's voice paused. But in truth, the original plan wasn't like this. They hoped to find someone to absorb and refine the source left behind by the abyssal king so that they could replace his identity and return to the abyss. After all, for countless years, the world of living beings and the abyss have fought countless tragic wars, and even been on the verge of being destroyed and occupied by the other side. But what is laughable is that we know nothing about the situation within the abyss.